Good morning, members. Good morning, members of the public. You're all very welcome here this morning. Apologise for starting late, but we've had one or two complications, difficulties, and we had to print some more copies and what have you. Right, but I'll open the meeting and we'll make a start. First of all, I'm going to ask the officer to read out the health and safety warnings.
Thank you, Chair. No, there's no planned fire alarm this morning that we're aware of. May I first remind you of some domestic arrangements? Toilets are situated outside the meeting room opposite the stairs. Cold water is available in the breakout area outside the meeting room. If the fire alarm should sound, please leave the meeting room following the fire exit signs and meet on Ipswich Town Football Club training pitch, and please do not re-enter the building until you are told it is safe to do so. So please ask members and members of the public to please switch off their mobile phones or turn them to silent.
Thank you. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting is being broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed and to the possibility use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film and broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. So I'm assuming that there is no one present that wishes to be exempt. No? Thank you.
Just to clarify, no one minds being filmed, or to be absolutely precise.
Okay.
During times when which we expect the whole meeting to be open.
Yeah. No one has come forward and said that they wish to be excluded. So thank you. Finally, can members and officers please ensure that you press the microphone for speaking and turn off when you're finished. And can you also, members, please lean and get as close to the microphone, because it is difficult sometimes for members of the public to hear you at the back. Thank you. Right, item number 1, substitutes and apologies. Do I have any apologies? Yes.
We do have one apology, sorry, Chair, of Councillor Norman.
Thank you. We don't have any substitute.
Yes, we do, Chair.
Yes, we do. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, Councillor Davies substituting for Councillor Hinton.
That's correct, yes, I had got that noted. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Do we have any? Councillor Parker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Item B, DC 19-04445, Lavenham Priory. I have business arrangements with the applicant's agent. They don't affect the application that's before us, so I intend to stay, Chair.
Thank you very much, and that's been noted. Any other declarations of interest? No. Thank you. Item 3, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 5th to the 12th, held on the 20th of November, pages 5 to 12. I've got copies of them, but it's been brought to my notice that there is a discrepancy with page... Page 7, 79.4, a point of order was called for by Councillor Adrian Osborne and so forth. That has been challenged. We are checking the recordings this morning, and we'll come back at the end of the meeting, and then I'll ask you again whether you accept the minutes, and I'll go through them then. Okay? Thank you. So we'll come back to that item. Item 4, to receive any petitions notification.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. site inspections. Is there any being called by you?
I believe so, Chair, and the
Yep,
case
okay.
officer's here.
I'd like to-
Thank you, Chair. We have a request for site inspection for the above planning application shown on the slide there, land east of Church Road in Stutton. It's a scheme for 34 dwellings. Members may recall the scheme was brought before them on the 17th of July of this year, but it was deferred for 3 reasons for the applicant to consider further. There's currently a reconsultation underway on the revised scheme, but in the meantime, Councillor Mary McLaren has requested a site visit, and so I'm just going to run through the details of the application just to remind members of the scheme and for those who weren't present at that committee, and to show some photos. So here is the site in Stutton. You'll just see to the north of the application site, Stutton Primary School, and here we have Church Road, Stutton Close and Lower Street to the south of the site. There. Just to run through the constraints of the site site is currently open green space and is outside of the existing built-up area boundary within Stutton. Also just shown on that plan as the circles show an area of archaeological interest, but also just to draw attention to Ancient House, which is a listed building to the south of the site. And just also Stutton is a hinterland village within the core strategy. So just the other constraints of the site, that shows, the green shows the extent of the area of outstanding natural beauty, so the site is within it. And it is also within the consultation area for the treble SI, and so there would be a RAMS contribution based on that location to the treble SI. So the site itself is 1.75 hectares of land. It's designated as countryside, as I said, outside of the built-up area boundary. Just showing it slightly more zoomed out there within Stutton. This is the proposed layout, which is currently being reconsulted on at present. There's been some design amendments, particularly along the Church Road frontage, but this would be presented to members in more detail at the subsequent committee that this application will be heard at. But just to remind members, we've got the main vehicle access on Church Road, pedestrian access onto Lower Street, and a pedestrian access onto Stutton Close, just here where the red dot is. To show this is the revised street frontage. You can see on this plan here, the red dot shows where we're looking on the site location plans. This is the street frontage from Church Road. And this is the earlier street scene, which has now been superseded. And just to remind members that this site, there is an extant planning consent on the site for 34 dwellings, which was granted in April 2018. Members undertook a site visit in August 2017, which is obviously quite a while ago now, for that previous application. Just to run through the photos now. Again, you can see the red dot on that site location plan shows you where the photo is taken from. So here we have the location of the pedestrian access on Stutton Close, and that's 32 Stutton Close, just to the north. So that pedestrian access is just going to be to that side of Stutton Close. And then we're in the site now, looking towards along the back of dwellings on Stutton Close, looking to the west across the site and looking to the north of the site. And then here we're standing to the north completely of the application site, just looking towards the development that borders the application site there. So they're the 2-storey dwellings around that area there. So now moving back round towards the south of the site, here we have that pedestrian access and bungalows on Stutton Close. Moving down towards the junction, as shown here with Lower Street and Stutton Close. And this is Ancient House, the listed building I pointed out earlier, just to the south of the application site. And the pedestrian access to the south, just where the red dot is there on the photo. And this is looking inside the site to where the pedestrian access will be, so the proposed footpath link through to Lower Street. Now we're on Church Road, so now we've just gone up to the northwest corner of the site. So we're looking down towards the site access. You note the vegetation along the existing Church Road there. And that's just looking further south down Church Road, and then just one last one looking north up Church Road. The site access would just be around where the dot is shown now. So that's all the photos we have on the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, you've seen the photograph, you've had an explanation of the site. What do you wish to do? Do you want to go along for a site inspection, or are you happy to accept the photographs and then the full presentation in due course when it comes to the planning committee, which is expected when?
We don't have a date set yet, but it may be February, early February committee.
It could be early February, sorry.
We do have to walk member.
Yes, we have the ward member present, and you've requested this for those reasons. So, members, what do you wish to do? Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For us older members on the committee, did we actually have a site visit previously to this?
Yes, we did, and that's refreshed my memories of the site, but because there are some that may not have been on site. Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's eminently sensible that we go along and have a look, so I'd like to propose that we do go on site visit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Osborne. Right. It's been Councillor Busby.
For those older members amongst the committee that have already been, we don't necessarily need to come again, I don't think. I think it's worthwhile new members going on a site visit, but I can't see that I would gain anything from going back. I'm
quite sure that your presence there would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. Yes, I'm instructed it's either a site inspection visit for all members or it's not. So it's been proposed and seconded. All those in favour of the site inspection, please show. That's carried. Thank you. The date we've got is...
So, as we don't have a confirmed date yet, Chair, for when that would be going to committee, what I would propose is whatever week it is prior to the item coming to committee, I will sort out the site visit for then, if that's agreeable to members, so that it's fresh in everyone's memory.
If you can get those dates sorted as soon as it's
once I have a
practically
confirmed
possible.
date from the case officer, I'll then send that out to members.
So you'll get to know as quickly as possible. Councillor Busby.
In that case, could we perhaps combine it with the site visit to Worsted for the petrol station, drive-through restaurant, etc., etc., as it's just down the road?
It is, and I think we have discussed that in briefing, but I don't know whether we've done any more. I think it has to come through the normal... Yes, I think it needs to come to a planning committee, so we could perhaps bring it to the next planning committee, which would hopefully be before we go to the site inspection. Okay? So we'll keep an eye on that and make sure that you're informed at the appropriate time. Thank you. No? Did you wish to comment?
Chairman, before we go into the next due item, which is a planning application, Mr. Carmichael did draw matters to my attention that meant we may need a word in a break. I think if looking at Mr. Carmichael, we need to speak to you. So may we take a short adjournment, please? If that. I think so. Yes, please.
Right. Members, I'm not aware of any of this, so I'll hand over to the officer and he'll bring us all up to date.
Well, just to say that further to that point, there's also a lot of additional papers that have been put before members this morning. I also need to check that they are all before members.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
Have to, I think there may be one that is not before members that was received extremely late that I need to check. Further to that, we've received another email that I need to talk to the Deputy Monitoring Officer and Mr. Dupre about.
Yes. Well, yes, indeed. I'm sorry, am I switched on? I know the morning is moving on, but I wonder if we need about 20 minutes, Mr. Carmichael, do you think?
15 minutes
15?
would
All right,
suffice, and then
15.
if members...
In that 15 minutes adjournment, which I'll make a decision on in a moment, perhaps members you could read those papers that you have been given this morning, and if there's any others that they're referring to, you'll get them as soon as possible. I would just like to point out that I'm getting quite annoyed at late papers coming in from applications and objectors. Now, I know they have a right to object right up until the last moment, but it does cause this planning committee difficulties. And as you've just found and heard, there are papers that have arrived at the 11th hour, which we need to see, and to make sure that they're given a fair hearing, which I can understand. But it's not beyond the realms of people to make sure that they get these in a sensible time frame, because at the end of the day, they get the notice, and I'm assuming I'm right here, 7-day notice, the same as everybody else, and other planning applications do get them, and it does seem that, you know, it's making life very difficult for us. So I hope that people take notice of that, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Busby.
I mean, I totally concur with that, Chair. I mean, I think it's ridiculous getting whatever it is, a 40-odd page document this morning. Well, this morning, I suppose it turned up last night in our emails. But, I mean, personally, I think anything that arrives within 24 hours of the meeting should be disregarded. How can we give it the kind of... I mean, the original papers come out a week before, which gives us plenty of time to read them, ask questions, chew it over in our minds, give it, read the papers on the each application. Things that turn up this late, we might be able to read it, but I mean, how much weight can we give these things? It's ridiculous.
Well, I think this is where your wisdom and expertise and the fact you've been on planning committees, you have to weigh up. But I take your point. I really do. Councillor Parker.
Yeah, okay, Chair, so I don't want to labour the point, but just for clarity then, so the last, as far as I can tell, the last bit of correspondence I received was at 17:02 yesterday, so has there been a further submission since then?
Members of the public, I think you're all back. Does anybody know of anyone that's not back that was here earlier? No?
So, Chairman, we did say we'd adjourn until 10:30. If we're sure we hadn't lost anybody who might be missing something, but we should make sure of that, I think, before we carry on.
I'm told that's one of our officers, so we're all present. Then I'll reopen the meeting. And I'm going to start by stating that I am here with an open mind, that I have no preconceived ideas. I would remind members that all late papers, whether they're from applicants or objectors, must be taken seriously, as I stated earlier, and you must weigh them up, and I'm sure you all will do that. Okay? Thank you. Now, let's see if I can find where we are. Right, so we've done all those formalities. We'll now move to item 6A, and it is Chilton, Waldenfield Road, and the case officer is Vincent. Over to you, and you'll take us through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, ladies and gentlemen. First item is a reserved matters application for 130 dwellings at a site land north of Waldingfield Road, Sudbury. Now, the matters before you this morning for you to consider are landscaping, layout, scale, and appearance. The question of access was determined at outline stage, so access isn't a matter before you this morning. It is quite a long presentation. It is comprehensive in its spread. What I want to emphasise is that the site is within the parish of Chilton, which is in the ward of Lavenham. We are on the edge of Sudbury, but it is in the parish of Chilton. The report that you have before you is a very comprehensive report produced by Stephen Stroud, and I've highlighted on the screen the key elements which result in conclusions on page 45 and the recommendation on page 46. The purpose of my presentation is to provide illustration to complement and support the text provided by Stephen Stroud. In terms of relevant updates, I have two matters to report to you this morning. Yesterday, I had a long conversation with the housing strategy lead. She has confirmed to me that she is satisfied with the proposal. Originally, she had some concern about the number of one-bed apartments in terms of affordable housing, but when I explained that they are provided in 3 blocks of 4 flats, she was more relieved because she thought originally it was 1 block comprising 12 units. Her initial concern was, from a letting point of view, the council potentially allows young children in a 1-bedroom house, but not in a 1-bedroom apartment. But when I show you the layout, you'll see they are very generous in terms of their internal dimensions. They actually comply with NDSS. What I would also say is that the housing strategy lead was very pleased to note that all the dwellings within this development will meet or exceed NDSS standards. I can't recall another site where a developer has provided 100% of units at NDSS level voluntarily. So on that basis, Julie Abbey-Taylor is satisfied, but we will continually monitor applications going forward around this whole question of 1-bedroom units. In terms of drainage, you'll notice from the report that further comment was expected from our drainage colleagues at Suffolk County Council. I can confirm that they now have no objection on drainage grounds. They have sorted out the technical issues that were referred to in the report, and they are now satisfied. In terms of other updates, as you can tell from this morning, there has been a lot of toing and froing of additional material, and rather than me confirm where we are in terms of the parish council, I would either ask Mr Carmichael or others to comment on where we now stand in terms of formal comments received since the publication of the report.
Can you answer that question between you?
I'm happy to pick that up, Chair. I mean, effectively, members will have before them a range of new comments and information, and clearly now there's been a significant period of time for members to read that this morning and take it into account. Obviously, it goes without saying that nothing here is less important than anything that's been received before, and it would be expected of you that you will take it into account fully and appropriately and look at that in conjunction with everything else that you've got before you. Obviously, there are a lot of comments here about the nature of the outline permission and what was set and what is expected going forward and through these reserved matters proposals. Officers have taken to also read all of these papers. They are satisfied that the recommendation laid out is still as is set out and would still commend that recommendation to you. I think at its heart, members, clearly heritage continues to be an incredibly important matter, but it is wrapped up, not wanting to make this oversimplified, and I would encourage you to consider the report in its totality, wrapped up in a landscape point. And I think at its nub, the question is, do you think the landscape strategy before you is satisfactory or not? But obviously Vincent is about to take you through a comprehensive presentation which will cover all of the reserved matters, bearing in mind that this is a reserved matters application that responds directly to matters of scale, layout, appearance and landscaping, and of course where it is expected to accord with certain things such as the parameter plan, be in general accordance with the landscape strategy from the outline stage, and also accord with the Suffolk guidance for parking. It's officers' opinion as a matter of planning judgment that it does all three. Thank you.
Back to you, Vincent.
Thank you, Steve. I would want to assure members that since the production of the report, I have obviously been tracking correspondence from the Parish Council and Lady Hart, and during the presentation I will be picking up on points made in those exchanges, so I will be able to illustrate some of the concerns expressed by Chilton and the officer's response.
Chairman, sorry, if I may just come in here, I've just think part of the conversation that Mr Carmichael and I had in the break was to clarify certain matters, which I think we were well on the way to clarifying first thing in the morning. And the as the report says, the parish council had not objected initially, but there is going to be a public speaker who does speak and who is objecting to the application. And I think it has been clarified now that we have a letter clarifying the parish council's position, and it's been drawn to my attention the letter from Michael Collins, listed building consultant, is said to be on behalf of both a personal objector and the parish council. So I don't know if that deals with your Mr Pearce's doubt on that point.
I think that covers it very clearly, and in preparing the presentation I have assumed that all comments have been from the parish until told otherwise. So without further ado, I think it's important I just remind members of the nature of the outline planning permission. It was for residential development for up to 130 dwellings. The reserved matters submission before you this morning is for 130 dwellings. Now, an important element of that permission, I'll draw your attention to conditions 1 and condition 4 attached to the outline planning permission. Condition 1 refers to a series of drawings which provide the basis for assessing the reserved matters, and I'll go through each one of those. There are 3 key drawings with you during the presentation. Condition 4 requires reserved matters in respect of landscaping to follow the landscape strategy, and there's a specific drawing there agreed at outline. And again, I'll go through that in detail. So already the reserved matters are constrained by those 2 conditions. So it's important we do compare what we now have to what was expected at outline plan application stage. So that was the site plan for the outline planning permission. If we superimpose the reserved matters red line, it fits exactly. So there's no question that what's before you isn't in line with the outline planning application. The next key drawing is one that Stephen referred to a moment ago, and this is the parameter plan, and that broadly shows open space and built form and the relationship and position of those on the site. It also shows the access down in that area there. I'll go into a lot more detail as we go through, so bear that one in mind for later. The other key drawing, the third of the triple drawings specifically referred to, is the access drawing. So that is the access approved at outline stage. And you'll notice this is the frontage, the site sits behind it, and there is the access. If we now look at the reserved matters layout, so that's Waldingfield Road running bottom left to top right. If I superimpose the outline access over the top, you'll notice it fits perfectly. So in terms of the access, what's being proposed matches exactly that approved at outline. So I'll now move on to the reserved matters details. Slipped one too many. So red line, as previously discussed. To the southwest you have St Mary's Close, Chilton Priory to the northeast, Waldingfield Road running bottom left, top right, the B1115. Opposite is Chilton Hall and another group of buildings, and we'll go into a lot more detail of that in a moment. A short burst of video taken earlier this month, just to show you the interior of the site. So here we're looking back towards the backs of properties in St Mary's Close.
I'm afraid we haven't got this spare.
So you'll see some archaeological trench work being undertaken. Everything in there up to the boundary hedges is the site. You can see that some clearance has already taken place. That was at one time an orchard. All those trees have been removed to prepare the site for development. So here in this screen in the middle left, we have Chilton Hall. We have the garden to Chilton Hall and the trees around it. We will fly backwards, looking back towards Chilton Hall. So that is the registered park and garden in the foreground to Chilton Hall. We're about to cross Waldingfield Road. What you see in front of you now is the application site with the trees that once formed part of the orchard. We will then zoom back out so you can see the relationship between the site and Chilton Hall and other properties. St Mary's Close on the right. Obviously the site in the foreground is actually Chilton Woods. You'll recall the major allocation and permission for mixed-use development. So again, we'll just swing around, and this is quite a nice shot because you can see now the relationship between the application site on the left and Chilton Hall in the top right, with the registered park and garden, the sort of biscuit-coloured fields in the middle. Here we have another aerial shot looking towards Chilton Hall and the wonderful grounds around it and the dense planting around Chilton Hall. That is the application site in the top left. So I'll just make that disappear and come back. Again, another shot looking towards Chilton Hall. There's the house itself, the walled garden that is listed in its own right, the edge of the application site, the access point. From the edge of the house to Waldingfield Road is some 276 metres at that point. That's just adjacent to the drive to Chilton Hall, which is also a byway, and public access is available along that route. From the edge of Chilton Hall towards the access of the site is some 317 metres. We have a large area of open land, which is part of the registered park and garden, some nearly 5.5 hectares. We have a smaller parcel within the grounds of Chilton Hall, and we have several bands of trees between Chilton Hall itself and the site. You can see the red rectangle Chilton Hall nestling in its own little area of woodland at that point. A shot across the edge of the registered park and gardens towards Waldingfield Road from the driveway to Chilton Hall itself. In terms of constraints, the most obvious constraint is the fact that Chilton Hall is itself a Grade 2 listed building. It has a listed walled garden, as shown on there. Grade 2 star. Yeah, 2 star for the house and 2 for the wall. In terms of public rights of way, they're shown on the screen, and we have a byway that actually is also the access driveway to Chilton Hall. So the public can enjoy the views towards Chilton Hall and beyond. This is taken from Historic England's website just to define the registered park and garden, and that's Grade 2, which encompasses all that land, including the land occupied by Chilton Hall itself. So in terms of heritage assets, this is a very important site. It's also expansive, and we'll come on to that in more detail shortly. Putting it in the context of wider development, you'll remember that recently planning permission was granted for the Chilton Woods development. That is the master plan for Chilton Woods, and you'll notice the site nestles in the elbow of that development. All of that land has been identified within CS4 as a strategic allocation in the core strategy. So whilst that development has not yet happened, we are satisfied that progress continues to be made towards moving to reserved matters and the sale of the site. If approved, I suspect that this development would precede development within Chilton Woods. But it would be the first step in the strategic redevelopment of that whole area on the northeast edge of Sudbury. I'm trying to remember, I think the total number of houses within Chilton Woods was originally 1050. 1150, I'm correct, 1150. So in terms of housing, it is a major allocation for the district, and strategically, it is of vital importance in terms of our delivery trajectories. Again, aerial image of the site, putting it in the wider context of this part of Chilton. Layout. So I've highlighted there the heritage assets, and I've gradually superimposed the layout that's now part of the reserved matters. Now I appreciate that's at that scale it's too small to see the fine grain, and we'll go into a lot more detail, but that just puts it in the local context. So it sits in that sort of, it's the filling between St Mary's Close to the south west and Chilton Priory to the northeast. A bit more of a closer view, and again we'll go into a lot more detail, we'll zoom in later. What I want to do now is compare the outline, illustrative layout, with what you have before you in terms of reserved matters. So that is the outline master plan that you saw previously. And you'll notice the extensive areas of open space. You'll notice the extensive landscape buffer along the road frontage and in the gap between the site and Chilton Priory. If we now superimpose, well, we're hoping to, but we can't. Something happened there. But what we have, I've done it anyway, is compare. So on the left we have the outline, On the right we have the reserved matters, and you'll notice that the blue arrow is the dense area of planting. That is common to both. You'll notice the orange arrow represents the swathe of open space that runs across the middle of the site. That is common to both. You'll notice planting buffer along the road frontage. That is common to both. You'll notice the broad arrangement of properties is actually very similar in both cases. The only difference is a very slight adjustment of the spine road serving the site in that area there, but I will, as I say, I will go into a lot more detail. So we are satisfied that the reserve matters broadly complies with what you were expecting at outline stage, but I can provide greater elaboration as we go through. I think it's important to note where you were expecting the frontage properties to be located. So here we have the outline layout, which was illustrative, and that black dotted line represents the front face of buildings looking out onto Waldingfield Road. We'll gradually overlay the latest layout. And what you'll notice is a number of those properties have actually been pulled back from the line you were previously expecting. So the separation between the frontage properties, Waldingfield Road, and therefore Chilton Hall, has been increased. That was a deliberate attempt by the developers to accommodate the requirements of the parish council in creating greater distance between Waldingfield Road, Chilton Hall, and the front of that built form. You'll notice that the landscape buffer is common to both. The overall layout, we're looking, in terms of the estate road, you have a spine road that comes from the approved access, and then there are a series of, if it was a river, there'd be tributaries becoming smaller and smaller grain, serving the rest of the development. The Highway Authority is perfectly satisfied with that internal layout, and it does match very closely what was expected at outline stage. In terms of character, in my view, there are some key character areas. We have what I would call village green running through the middle. We have rural edge, and we have urban edge. So on the urban edge, that's where the boundary will link up with the wider Chilton Woods development. So here we're looking at the frontage of the site, and what I've done is highlight the continuous frontage, the built form, and you'll notice that each of those provides excellent surveillance over the adjacent open space. So if we trigger that, there are no dark nooks and crannies of open space. That is a carefully considered layout to provide good urban design. So I'm not talking about the actual appearance of the buildings, simply in terms of the layout and interaction of spaces. If we look at the other half, again, we've got that continuous frontage creating a village green, and I'm hoping that the elevations will do justice to the village green as I'm trying to describe to you. And again, excellent surveillance. But what I want to draw your attention to, plot 77 is the visual focal point of that whole development. And we've required that to be something rather special and have a pyramid roof because, as we'll see later, it can be viewed from a number of positions. So the pivot is that yellow building. But in terms of surveillance, again, wonderful surveillance over all of that open space. And for open space to be effective and well used, and for people to feel safe, it has to be well surveilled. And that is excellent in terms of urban design layout principles. Parking meets all your standards, as you would expect. That is the yellow building, plot 77. You can see that it really needs three key elevations because it presents three public sides to view. So what's shown on the screen is the main elevation, the front entrance. Some excellent design features. We've got sprocketed eaves, we've got flat brick arches, we've got door hood, brick banding, plinth, exposed rafter feet, bay window on the side. Start to introduce a second important elevation. Originally, it could have looked like that with a complete blank flank. We pushed hard and secured the amendments shown in black and white, but that wasn't good enough in terms of presenting an interesting public face to that three-sided building. What we've now got is that. So in terms of the composition, particularly the one on the right, which overlooks part of the village green, that is now an incredibly interesting elevation and also allows for surveillance of the adjacent open space. This is something we would advocate that all developers embrace in terms of elevations. Again, you can see now where you can get views of that open space from the inside to provide enhanced safety and the sense of well-being using the space adjacent. Pyramid roof does what it says on the tin. Here we've got a large overhang which actually creates a very graceful roof. But in terms of how it would look, there you have a CGI of that corner turning building. It has we've actually annotated some of that. In terms of the detail, there is an awful lot of detail in there which lifts it far above what you would normally see on perhaps what we might call more ordinary developments. But the quality is not restricted to plot 77. Every plot, we've worked very closely with Anderson Group to develop, I would say, exceptionally detailed elevations. A lot of effort has gone into design quality, materials, and detailing. In terms of the types of units, we have secured bungalows in the area yellow, immediately to the back of St Mary's Close. That is the closest part that any development touches existing development. We have had, and Stephen will correct me if I'm wrong, we have had no objections from residents in St Mary's Close. I understand that Anderson Group have worked very closely with the residents to achieve a layout that seems to have satisfied the residents, the existing residents. There's an elevation of a bungalow, very generous proportions, 2 double bedrooms, large kitchen, diner lounge, another bungalow, slightly smaller. Remember, all of these are up to NDSS standards. So that is the block of 1-bedroom apartments, 2 flats per floor, so there's 4 flats in each block. And there's an internal, so that double bedroom, there's the bedroom, and there is a significant amount of space around that bed. There's a very large living, dining, kitchen area. We are very pleased to see that the standards on this development are the highest we've seen from any developer so far within the district in terms of space standards. Here we have an elevation across the village green and how that continuous frontage creates an interesting frontage. Details extend to brick walls on all public frontages. Every corner turning unit has an elevated flank wall rather than a blank wall. We've even gone down to details such as finials on the barge boards, the arches, Pentis boards, timber porches. This is something that we would encourage across the district if we could find developers who are willing to put this much effort into design quality. This is a concept, but the developer wants to have street furniture that has some reflection of the past history of Chilton, and here they've thought about the former connection with the USAAF airfield at Sudbury. Those of you that know Chilton and Sudbury very well will recall that Station 174 towards the end of the Second World War was in fact a base for US bombers. So here we have a flying fortress flying back to Sudbury, but it was essentially the base for USAAF liberators. Parts of that still remain, so it's a nice touch for there to be a reflection back onto the past. And you can see how close the airfield was to the site itself. The site is shown as a yellow dot, and just to the northeast is the airfield. Again, another CGI of that's typical of the quality of the frontages and elevations. Again, large areas of open space, all looked over by adjacent properties. Boundary treatment, as I say, we have got walls, brick walls on all public frontages. But the treatment even goes down to, in back gardens, we have the hedgehog-friendly fencing. We have ecological mitigation throughout the whole development. In terms of scale, predominantly, the buildings are 2-storey. There is a smattering of 2.5-storey with the darker red. So you can see 2.5, 2.5 in here, 2.5 here, but the majority are 2-storey. And again, this is something that the developer has worked on in response to comments from the parish council. Originally, the intention was to have more 2.5-storey units, but that was reduced in order to try and satisfy the requirements of the parish. Again, in terms of mix, there is a very broad mix of accommodation. The orange is the affordable housing, and as you can see at the northwestern end of the site, that is pepper potted throughout that development. We have a range of 3-bed, 2-bed, 1-bed and 4-bed units. If we look at the other end of the site, we see the 2-bed and 3-bed bungalows along this part of the boundary. Here we have a larger number of 4-bed units overlooking the buffer, but again we have 3-bed and 2-bed units, so there is a broad mix of accommodation. Cross sections. The cross section at the top, here we have from the edge of the garden at Chilton Hall, looking across. Year 1 with the planting buffer, and the tops of the houses here are below that buffer line. After more years, as you might expect, when these trees mature, these disappear behind that line. So if we take a line, here's somebody standing looking across. Based on what we know about the trees that are being planted, ridge lines will be below that sight line. And that doesn't mean to say that in the first few years you won't catch glimpses of the roofs, but what we're saying is, in time, that will completely disappear behind the landscape buffer. And the question before you today is, do you accept what the parish council is saying in terms of they do not feel that the buffer is adequate and deep enough to provide that level of softening and obscuring? Or do you go with officers, in our view, that it is adequate and will deliver what you expected an outline, which is a very dense natural frontage buffer? I will go into more detail to help members come to a conclusion in that debate that each of you will be having. So I've zoomed in a bit closer because that was quite hard to spot. And you can see here, so year 15, you can see how these have really matured, but look at the trees on the other side of the road. I think anyone who travels up and down Waldingfield Road will note how it is characterised by lush, dense planting on both sides that has grown up over an infinite number of years. We see no reason why that won't continue in terms of this site. So let's take a look in more detail at the landscaping. This is a bit of video that I took last week. So we're inside the site, looking towards Waldingfield Road. So I'm very close to the existing boundary hedge, looking back towards Chilton Hall, but Waldingfield Road is just behind that hedge. And as I pan round, occasionally you will catch glimpses of vehicles passing on the road. So the hedge isn't of uniform thickness. There are some areas that are not as heavily planted as others. But just standing there, I was struck by, even at this time of year, how that hedge actually creates quite a good screen, so that you could hardly even notice the vehicles, let alone Chilton Hall in the far distance. But the good thing is that where I'm standing to take this piece of video, that piece of earth in between will be part of the landscape buffer. And well, I'll show you how deep that will be and what will be planted in it. But also the existing hedgerow will be reinforced. So where at the moment it isn't as dense as other parts, that will all be brought up to a uniform thickness. So as well as the buffer, we've also got replanting in the hedgerow. Do you remember at the start I referred to the landscape strategy as condition 4 to the outline? Well, here is that strategy. And you'll notice a key part of that is the planting along the site frontage and the planting in here. And what I would say is, I think you'll notice that the planting along here is now thicker than was expected. And I will go into some detail about the parish's comments in relation to this, because that appears, and I don't dispute it, that looks to be quite a dense planted belt. The thickness of those, it almost looks like broccoli, it's so thick in there. And I think the parish council is concerned that when you see the reserve matters, what's being shown appears to be a line of trees rather than what we might call dense broccoli. And I will go into a lot of detail in that, because I believe the parish council is misguided when it comes to analysing the planting proposal on that frontage. So here we have the landscaping scheme. Not enough detail for you to pick it out, so we'll go into a bit more detail. Within this, you will see we've got a mixture of habitats. We've got wetland, grassland in this area. We've got wildflower meadows. We have further wildflower meadows. We have the open space amenity areas. We have play areas, play mounds. We have shrub buffers, and there's an extensive list of planting types throughout that. So that's the one half of the site. I want to look now into let's go back one. Okay. Now this is the point made by the parish, and I can understand why I have made it. The way that these trees are shown, it would appear that there's a lot of space around those trees, and it isn't the broccoli that you were expecting at outline stage. But I think what I need to explain is, in order to provide immediate impact, what Anderson Group have decided to do is plant some very large trees. In my 40 years of planning experience, I have never known so many large, semi-mature trees go in on a site as this. So let's take a look at what I mean. And these are images from the nursery brochure. So these are provided by the nurseryman, rather than me scouring the web for typical sorts of trees. So here we have an oak, and this is semi-mature, so it has a girth, circumference measured 1 metre above the ground, of 20 to 25 metres. So here is, in the nurseryman's shot, is a person standing next to that tree. Again, hornbeam, 20 to 25 centimetre girth. That's a semi-mature tree. There is a person. Now we have to remember that that person is actually standing against the root ball rather than the base of the trunk. But even then, you can see how big these trees are going to be. Another shot. Field maple, again, what you would expect to find in the countryside on the edge of villages. It is a typical field species. Also notice how that planting at the axis is taken into the site. So it's not just limited to the frontage buffer, but it is almost like a funnel, a green funnel being drawn into the spine road. Again, to provide good buffering of the development behind. So again, here we have English oak, semi-mature, If we move that lady so that she's standing at the bottom of the trunk rather than at the bottom of the root ball, and again, this is illustrative because obviously trees grow at different rates, but for a semi-mature tree, you can go 1, 2, 3. That is a big tree, and that's deliberately designed so that you get immediate impact. So behind the existing hedgerow, there will be many large trees already on day one. Bosh, in they go. And again, what we're arguing is that in terms of outlook from, let's say, Chilton Hall and other areas, already above the existing hedgerow, you will see semi-mature trees. So they're already ahead of whip planting, which are the small twigs. Ultimately, that's what those trees will mature into. So you have the common hornbeam on the left, field maple on the right, common beech. We have 2 extracts from the nurseryman's brochure. Silver birch, they'll be planted at the height that's significant, and again Scots pine. Not only are they tall, but they're also very wide. So here we have the more detailed landscaping shot for the piece at the frontage. Now the licorice all sorts, what I've tried to do here is identify the type of tree for you, which is the inner colour, and the size. So all of those are big trees on day one. So you'll see there's a mixture of hornbeam, oak, field maple and silver birch. But also notice around them is whip planting. So they are not 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 trees in grass. They are 10 trees within a heavily planted belt. And this has been designed to create a whole canopy of different heights. And over time, the whips will start to flourish. They grow quite quickly. So before long, you get a very dense planting buffer. And it would be wrong to suggest that it is 10 trees within grass. Ultimately, that will be a dense buffer. So you'll have an immediate canopy, but over the years, the understory will be growing up to thicken that whole belt. And again, we'll have reinforcement planting on the hedgerow. So it's a very carefully considered strategy to provide short-term and long-term screening. And again, on the other side of the axis, again, a vast number of semi-mature trees in amongst whips and hedgerow reinforcement. We also have large areas of open space in line with the outline planning permission, play areas. In terms of the depth of that buffer, it varies. So from the back edge of the footway, at one end we have 25, at the pinch point we have 14, but generally it's up to 21 from a general depth of 19. So to reinforce, what we have is on the inside we have a planting buffer. We are reinforcing, well not we, Anderson Group would, if they got reserve matters approval, reinforce the existing hedgerow. But I want to point out at the moment there's an existing opening and Anderson Group are using that as their site access. Once the development is in an advanced stage, that will be physically closed. The whole of that area will be decompacted and heavily planted, and that access will be closed. So we will have continuous frontage hedge the entire length of that piece of frontage. Now, members may recall at outline stage, there was a requirement to have a pedestrian access coming out at this point. My understanding is that the Anderson Group, after discussion with the Parish Council, deleted that footpath connection because the concern was anyone going, there is no need to go in that direction, and it would be much better to come inside that hedge and use the footpath connection which takes you right into Sudbury that's being provided in here, linking with the existing footpaths. So that was another direct response to local commentary. Excellent future connectivity potential with Chilton Woods in terms of pedestrian and cycle connectivity, something that I know members were keen to secure. What members didn't want is for there to be vehicular access through. That is not being provided. But ultimately, we will have pedestrians and cyclists being able to work their way right through the Chilton Woods development from here. There's the access I was talking about, which is currently the site access. And as I say, that will all be reinforced, decompacted. Here's a shot inside the site showing the depth of the buffer belt, and we are looking towards the back of St Mary's Close. And already Heras fencing has been installed here to ensure that construction vehicles do not run over this land. So what we're trying to do is encourage construction work to avoid decompacting that piece of land. You can always go back and decompact artificially, but Anderson Group are trying hard to avoid having to do that. I suppose they're trying to show goodwill that they are intent on delivering an excellent landscape scheme. Another shot looking towards the site compound. All of that is part of the buffer belt. Residential amenity, as I said earlier, the closest properties is in St Mary's Close, where we've had no objections. The closest back-to-back distances are 34 metres. You'll recall these are bungalows. So that is a 34-metre proximity. These are two-storey houses in St Mary's Close. These will be bungalows. There we have a view looking back towards St Mary's Close. Chilton Priory to the northeast, that is 76 metres away within this deeper planting belt here, which provides excellent screening. We're satisfied that Chilton Priory, the residential amenity, will not be prejudiced. Here we have a shot of the driveway, or the byway, which also accesses Chilton Hall. I just want to take you on a short journey down this driveway. So you'll notice the driveway is a tree-lined drive to Chilton Hall and along the byway. On the left you have part of the registered park and garden to Chilton Hall. In the distance is Waldingfield Road and the gateway. We're advancing towards Waldingfield Road. Again on the left, more of the registered park and garden behind that hedge. You'll notice there's a property that comes into view. I think that's called the Gatehouse. So we have farmland on the right. We haven't got to the entrance point yet to that driveway. You'll see trees in the distance on the left around Chilton Priory. There is the Gatehouse property. We're still going down the driveway towards Waldingfield Road. So when we get to that entrance point, we'll turn left into Waldingfield Road towards Sudbury. So on the right, you've got existing planting, Chilton Priory. On the left, you've got the frontage trees and hedgerow to Chilton Hall. There's the access to Chilton Priory on your right. You remember I said how this stretch of the road is characterised. There's the site compound just gone on the right by heavily treed frontage, and there you have the access to the site that's been formed. This is an extract from Parish Council objection. So what has been drawn to our attention is the impact of from a view from this point towards the development. So you through a gateway in here, you will see this development from that vantage point. That may well be true until the landscape buffer has matured. I would argue that that is a very limited impact. However, it is something that has been drawn to our attention. So I can quickly measure, that's 301 metres, and that's, sorry, let's go back, that just jumped, 326 metres. You'll notice that the frontage to the registered parking garden was in places quite deep, but it is fair to say in this corner there is a field access. So there is a gap, and you can see out of that gap, and you will see the road from that point. So what I've tried to do is I've taken a larger aerial photograph. So you have Chilton Hall, you have the moat, and here's that big tree which seemed to form the focal point for the view of concern. So if we superimpose that view over the top, that's where it's been drawn to our attention that there is this adverse impact on views in that direction there. And as I say, my view is that at those distances and with the additional landscaping, that is not a harmful impact of such force to justify a refusal in terms of adverse impact on that view, and or the setting of the listed building and the walled garden and the registered park and garden. In terms of local context, we have Chilton Hall Farm. Adjacent to Chilton Hall, we have Sable Place, Hall Gate and the lodge. And that's the driveway and byway, so the public have access to part of this, and that provides access to Chilton Hall. So what do we have around Chilton Hall at the moment? Well, there's the farm, Chilton Hall cottages. Those are some of the buildings associated with the farm. There is Hall Gate. Remember on our drive down the access way to the entrance, that's the building that sits to the left. There's the lodge that sits opposite the entrance to the driveway. This is an extract from the objection, and we would not dispute the fact that there are parts of the existing hedgerow that are not as thick as others. And as I say, we are deliberately requiring additional reinforcement planting, and the landscape buffer will sit behind that. So we are satisfied that those gaps will not exist going forward were this reserved matters submission to be approved. Again, here we have another shot taken from the objection, and that piece of hoarding is part of the site construction access. And the concern is that the fact that you can see that means that there is an impact on the setting of the registered park and garden. That is true to the extent from where this photograph was taken. It looks to me as though that was very close to the boundary. That certainly isn't taken from within Chilton Hall and its immediate environment. But what I would say is, you'll recall that I said this actual area, that access would ultimately be closed and replanted. So this is a very short-term impact. Once the development is largely complete, that will not exist anymore. That will just be part of a green screen, a natural green screen. To me, that isn't sufficient grounds to refuse the reserve matters approval. I've referred to this point about the broccoli. The objection letter says that I think we're in danger potentially of misleading the committee who were expecting that level of planting by pointing to that group of trees, the mature trees. But as I said, in amongst that group of trees, there is whip planting, very dense. So ultimately, it will appear like broccoli. So I don't see that there is a difference between what was shown at the outline strategy stage and what ultimately you will see on the site. That's just to reinforce the point that within the whip planting there will be semi-mature planting. I've just put in an extract to paragraph 196 of the NPPF because members will be familiar with the test that has to be considered. Because what has been identified here is less than substantial harm by the established heritage experts, we're not looking at substantial harm. The test for you is to weigh that harm to the heritage assets, i.e. potentially the setting of the listed building, against public benefits that may arise from this development. And that is something that you did at outline stage. You've already had that process of weighing up the public benefits against the harm. And you concluded that the benefits were sufficient to justify the grant of outline planning permission. But once again, you're now looking at the fine detail, you're looking at the reserved matters. So again, we're going to ask you to consider the impact of those details on the heritage assets and carry out that same balance. Our view is that the benefits continue to outweigh the harm, the less than substantial harm to the heritage assets. We need to look at sustainability, because I know that's something that the committee is keen for us to pursue. Anderson Group is known as a civils company. They are beginning to move into house building. They haven't built houses within the district, but they have built houses in Essex, and what they're trying to do is widen and develop their portfolio. But because they are experts in civil engineering, when they build out this site, they feel they can save an awful lot of traffic movement in terms of taking muck away through their efficient use of the site. So they've calculated potentially 1,950 less lorry movements than an ordinary developer would do. It's simply because they're experts at doing the civil engineering. We will be looking at the use of photovoltaics within the development. All the properties will be air leakage tested. They will be looking to exceed building regs where they can. We will have EV charging to all plots. There is habitat creation, ecological mitigation, footpath connectivity, and water reduction measures, all included within the scheme. As I said at the start, all properties will meet or exceed NDSS standards. I believe it's the first development in the district that meets that. At the moment, voluntary level. We're all hoping that it will become mandatory, but this is a voluntary commitment. We understand that between June 2019 and December 19, Anderson Group had meetings with the St Mary's Close residents, Lady Hart, Chilton Parish Council, Chilton Priory residents. And of course, as the planning authority, we've carried out our own consultations. The Development Management Service was not privy to the meetings identified there, so members may wish to quiz anyone who wishes to speak to the members to see how did they go, what was the nature of those discussions, and what changes arose as a result of them. Anderson Group have entered into a statement of common ground with us. You'll recall that delivery is important to the district in terms of ensuring that we are delivering at the rate that the government wants us to deliver. Anderson Group have predicted that were they to be successful today, by 2023 they will have finished the development. So in 2021, 20 units will be completed, 21 to 22, 75, and 22 to 23, 35. That is good for our figures, it's good for the district, and it is good for a springboard for the wider Chilton Woods development. So having run through that in quite some detail, officers are satisfied that the reserved matters do justify an approval with conditions. And they are, actually, all the conditions are set out in the tabled papers. So rather than just give you headlines, we have given you exact wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent, for that very full and comprehensive report. It was very, very useful, very detailed. Right, we now come to public speaking. And I just want to say that on Monday, when the Vice Chairman and I had our briefing, we were given advice from monitoring officers and the solicitor, and that advice we do take. So we followed procedure. That procedure was forwarded to all those concerned. This morning it changed because we had the parish council had responded. We were then advised, the Vice Chairman and I, by the monitoring officer and the legal people, that we should allow the objector to have the parish council to have their spot, which we eagerly agreed to because we felt that they should. So all these procedures are what we normally have, and we have followed them to the letter. Both the Vice Chairman and I were happy with that. Councillor Plum, you concur? I concur. Thank you very much. Right, the Parish Council is represented by Lady Hart. Lady Hart, you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Perhaps you'd like to come forward, but you can sit or stand. Perhaps you'd remain seated or standing at the end of that, and I'll see if there's any questions for you. Thank you.
Good morning. The best planning outcomes are those where competing interests are resolved. The applicants, at the outset, the applicants agreed with me that they would consult the parish council on their scheme before it was finalised and before they submitted it, but they didn't do that. They went ahead, and we were asked, and we were presented with submitted plans. There have been a lot of discussions and meetings with the applicants. We've tried to sort out a number of things, and there are a few issues outstanding which I would have hoped we could have resolved. The principle of development of 130 houses and the access isn't in dispute, but there's been no opportunity at outline stage to discuss anything else. It was all reserved, and this was supposed to be the opportunity that the public and other people affected could raise it. What's an issue here is the question of harm to heritage assets, and the harm's avoidable here by the taking of certain steps. Please would you read Mr. Collins' letter and Ruth Elwood, who's a landscape architect, summary about the trees. Mr. Pearce has taken you through the applicant's revision, but the revision about the buffer is 4 metres increase and 10 more trees. So it's not a huge increase. It's not significant, and it's not acceptable to the parish council. And that's not just the parish council. It's Heritage England, who are a mandatory consultee, and the Garden Trust, and other consultees who tell you that the scheme isn't good enough and it needs improvement. It's a legal requirement that those consultees are consulted, and normally local authorities follow their advice. You've had very firm advice here. You've been told that, to refuse permission and for your officers to seek improvements, and we are puzzled why your officers aren't following that advice at all. None of your officers, nor the applicant's heritage advisors, have been to Chilton Hall to look at the site in actuality, although obviously somebody had been in a car, unknown. But here, the officers are preferring their views when they haven't been there to the experts who have been there. And you haven't had the benefit of a site visit either to understand it. It's agreed here that harm will be caused. That's not in dispute. I heard Mr. Pearce saying he doesn't think harm will be caused, but that is not the agreed view. Any harm to the significance of heritage assets needs clear and convincing justification. So what's the justification here for not making the improvements? It's expected...
Thank you, Lady Hart. Your time is up. If you remain seated, I'll see if there's any questions for you. Members, do you have any questions on what you've just heard? Councillor Davis.
It's more a clarification. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have visited this site. Not this present committee, but the previous committee. So when we looked at it and when the outline permission was granted, as part of the day we looked at the other part of Chilton Woods. I mean, I'll happily be corrected if I'm wrong, but I remember seeing this site, and I wouldn't go over that area ordinarily.
Can you help on this? I'm aware that we have seen it, but I think the question was put, and in fairness to the parish council, they need a response. So can you
To what question?
That
Sorry.
officers had visited the site.
So officers have visited the application site, yes, and as is typically the case in any planning application, officers exercise judgment. They're used to assessing impacts and likely effects based upon the relationship between sites.
Yeah. And we did see the video taken, albeit in a motor car, I think. Any other questions?
I think, in fact, because it was the question was addressed to the parish council, as you said. I mean, perhaps I think we should ask the representative of the parish council why the absence of a site visit at this stage is considered a problem. If that, yeah.
Being a site, sorry, as far
If
as
you're happy to answer it, by all means do.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, there's been no site visit on this application. If you've gone there on the state, the thing is though, if you've gone down the footpath, you're not in the middle of the RPG sort of core, so you can't see because you're on the other side of the property. Councillor Maybury will know that. So you're not in the part that you can actually see. You're not in the walled garden, you're not on the moated platform, and there isn't a byway, by the way.
Thank you. I think you've answered that question. Any other? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Lady Hart, obviously we've just received a very, very comprehensive report from our officer, but it's your contention, or if I can ask the question, is it your contention then that the information contained there, specifically around the buffer and the tree planting, do you consider that that's fundamentally flawed then, what we've just heard?
Yes. You could, and it's not just my opinion, it's English Heritage opinion, it's the Garden Trust, so the statutory consultees are advising you to refuse permission and to seek improvements, because they don't consider that the buffer is sufficient. The applicants say it's an impermeable screen. I wish it was, it isn't. It's 48 trees. And Ruth Elwood, who's a landscape architect, she's done quite a comprehensive report, and I'd ask you to please read that.
Thank you. I think that's a good comprehensive answer. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Right, I'm now going to ask the objector, which is Lady Hart, to have 3 minutes, and the same procedure applies. Thank you. When you're ready.
Expect officers to seek here the public benefits arising from the development of 130 houses, but in a way which avoided harm to the heritage assets. So all there needs to be is an increased buffer, more trees. It corresponds with condition 4 in the drawing that you saw. Broccoli, as Mr. Pearce described it, but broccoli is stated in that plan to be grid planting at 2.5 metres, and it's a way of planting. You get trees in much more densely and they grow up to be a screen. Whips, regardless, Mr. Pearce's expert opinion on that, do not grow. They will take years. Ruth Elwood's opinion is that it will be visible in perpetuity because the trees won't grow. And the cross sections that you were shown are illustrative. All those trees shown there are way bigger than the actual trees that are being put in on the drawings. So if I run out of time, please read Elwood's report. You need to decide here if the scheme before you is the best scheme that can be approved within the outline planning permission. Lots of consultees tell you it isn't. We believe it can be improved. It's not difficult to improve it, so please bear that in mind. We think the key plots, 130 to 125, need to be reduced because they're going to be visible over any tree barrier. And the land at Chilton Hall, contrary to the long section Mr. Pearce took you through, that's inaccurate. Ruth Elwood points out to you how that is inaccurate. The land falls the other way. So we need single-storey housing. There's very few bungalows here, 6 bungalows on that full site. So they could put 5 more running across the frontage. We're not asking for other changes, and we're asking for a minimum of 20 metres buffer width and increase planting on the grid planting system, and then it will be dense. And we don't understand why the applicants are so resistant to it. The buffer needs to run along the full length of the site frontage. On their drawings, they don't show that. Trees need to be planted in more quantities, significantly more, in order to get the staggered grid. The open space is there, not by a design, but because there's a restrictive covenant in favour of Chilton Priory for 50 yards. So that's why that is there. Just so that there isn't any confusion about that. But we think these improvements are easily made. We've had long discussions about them, but we've got to the stage that those are the points that we can't agree. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. You haven't used all your time. So, right, members, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. I've just wanted to clarify, because I think we heard from the officer...
Can you get closer to your mic to make sure?
I think we heard from the officer that discussions had taken place between you and the developer, but you're suggesting that those discussions haven't taken place.
No, I'm sorry if there's any confusion. We had... What happened was, originally, it was agreed that we would see the parish council... we were consulted quite late. And just before the plans were about to be finished. I was told they weren't finished, so we couldn't be shown them. And then it was agreed between myself on behalf of the parish council, Mr. Chilverns and the press officer of Anderson, that we would be shown the plans before they were finally finished. That didn't happen. They were just submitted and we weren't told. So we were in a position then that, you know, progress is starting and we're on the back foot. When we then, we do have discussions, they continue. I hosted meetings at my house with their landscape advisors, our landscape advisors, to try and sort out what we could. And indeed, quite constructively, we agreed certain improvements like type trees and things like that. The sticking point we reached is the width of the buffer and the number of trees to be planted in it, and this grid matrix system. And it's the grid matrix system that results in broccoli. But it's achievable. And if you look closely at that condition 4 plan, it's in the key. So it was approved that the density was supposed to be this 2.5. It's in a green strip. It's really difficult to read, so you need to blow it up. And all we're asking for is 4 metres density.
I think you've answered that. Thank you. I think, Councillor Barrett, you should put the same question to the applicant, because there's some good points come out there. Any other questions? Councillor Parker, yes.
Yeah, thank you again. Lady Hart, you will understand perhaps more than most that as a decision-making body, we can only make decisions based on what's before us. So, just so that we can have absolute clarification on your point of view as an objector, there are circumstances, in your opinion, under which you would support this application.
Speaking as an objector and for the parish council, because it's a common view, we would suggest to you that you recommend permission, but you do it subject to conditions that provide for a buffer of a minimum width of 20 metres, and you require the planting. I could run through the points if you'd allow me to, but I can give them to Mr. Dupre for, you know, drafting purposes. But it could be easily done, and it benefits the residents of the scheme too, because it will protect them from noise. It will give a wider ecological corridor. So I think it's a win-win for both sides.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Jemison.
Morning, Lady Hart. Can has the applicant given you any reasons why they're reluctant to concede to your request?
I think practically what's happened, they've got down the track for a certain extent, and so what has happened is that their architects drew the site outline first, and then their landscape architects were asked to fill in the bits. Now, had they approached it, and that may be the architects didn't read all the conditional approval drawings with it, but had they done it the other way around, they could have put in a buffer and then done the site layout. They approached it from the wrong way around, we say, and we know they did it that way.
Thank you. I think also, Councillor Jemison, I'd suggest you put that question also to the applicant. Any other comments? Councillor Busby.
Good morning, Lady Hart. Whether I agree or disagree with your points of view, just a question as to, could you describe the harm that you feel will come from seeing a roof of a building through a tree from 300 metres?
It's not going to be just roof of a tree. And it's not a view, it's a heritage amenity, because there's been a lot of discussion about views. So it's not residential amenity we're talking about here. I'm in the fortunate or unfortunate position of being custodian of these heritage assets, so I really feel it's my duty to look after them. It's not just, the house is elevated, so the sections are wrong, so treat them very carefully. They've been admitted to be illustrated to us. So you're looking down, so you can see from the house. It's really unfortunate that the access is right opposite the gateway into the historic park and garden. And I tried to get it moved on outline, but nobody paid any attention to that. I don't know why it was chosen to go there, because if it was further east, it would cause less harm.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? No? You're sure? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lady Hart. We have no supporter present. We have the applicant agent, Jen Carroll and Timothy Chivers. You have 3 minutes between you. It's entirely up to you how you decide to do that. But at the end of the 3 minutes, I will see whether there's any questions for you. When you're ready.
Good morning, Chair, councillors and members of the public. My name is Jennifer Carroll and I'm the planning agent from Stratton Parker, representing Anderson Design and Build. Anderson are an award-winning house builder and groundworker specialist, delivering and building homes and supporting infrastructure across East Anglia from their base in Chelmsford. This site represents their first in the district of Babergh and is a landmark project for business growth. A main focus on all their sites is legacy, ensuring schemes are of notable quality, encompassing 3 key principles. These are excellent and attractive built form, placemaking and landscaping. As members are all aware, outline planning permission for the site was granted for up to 130 new homes, including access, on the 5th of July. In addition to the access, a development parameter plan establishing clear locations on the site suitable for critical landscaping, as well as built form, was also approved. The applicant subsequently amended the development parameter plan to increase the amount of strategic landscaping along Waldingfield Road and to provide additional screening and distance of the built form from the heritage asset to the south. This buffer now stretches over 19 metres along the boundary of the site. The application before you seeks approval for reserved matters only, and the matters therefore relate to appearance, landscape, layout and scale. Anderson are acutely aware of the site's heritage sensitivities, which has informed the proactive engagement with all parties from the first day of their ownership. The proposals before you are a culmination of many months of technical work by the applicant, engagement with your officers, statutory consultees and local residents. This process of community engagement is how Anderson works and has positively informed the scheme before members today. The scheme has been carefully designed to ensure there are minimal impacts on the existing residential properties of St Mary's Close, through the inclusion of bungalows and separate boundary fencing, and to ensure that intervisibility with the registered park and garden to the south is minimised through substantial impermeable landscape buffer, along with carefully designed buildings. The development will provide a mix of new homes suitable for a range of demographic, and the layout includes generous areas of open space with public art paying homage to the historic airbase due east. The homes have been designed to meet and exceed the nationally described space standards and incorporate the delivery of 45 affordable homes, 5 of which will be available for local parish housing following consultation with members. In addition to contributing towards meeting needs of the housing crisis, the scheme will also provide pedestrian cycle links with the wider Chilton Woods master plan area. And notwithstanding the great importance of this strategic landscape buffer, it's also important to highlight that development will contribute towards education, local junction improvements, and the provision of the on-site affordable homes. As a result of our engagement before and during the application, we are pleased to receive the favourable recommendation by officers. Our engagement with officers and indeed
Thank you very much. I'm afraid your time is up. Perhaps you'll remain seated and I'll see if there's any questions for you. Members, do you have any questions to our last speakers? Councillor Barrett.
As has been suggested, I better ask you the same question, although I think when I asked Lady Hart, it was because she had suggested something different to the officers had advised. But again, can you tell us about discussions you've had leading up to this application with members of the Parish Council and Lady Hart and others?
Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, so we as soon as we purchased the site, the first thing we did was write to our immediate residents and the Parish Council, because that's what we do. We really do try and have a bottom-up approach to how we design the schemes. And so we met with Lady Hart in her capacity as chair and also as a neighbour as well. Unfortunately, we had to get the planning application in because we own the site and because it's a very costly scheme. I think you've seen, and the officers have presented well, the quality we are looking to put into this development. And so it's really a balance about making progress as a business, but also making sure that what we're doing is really reaching the quality required. And so we put it in absolutely in the knowledge that we would have to revise things. We have undertaken further discussions, including a presentation to the Parish Council at their formal meeting and successive meetings, including a meeting with our advisors, James Blake Associates, on site with the Parish Council's retained advisors. And as Lady Hart says, they were constructive discussions. The planting specification was amended further to requests. And there were several key changes that arose from those discussions as well, quite fundamental changes actually. So just in terms of 3 main ones, I think it's worth pointing out. We moved the entire parcel of southern built form further northwards by 5 metres. And I should just say that the submitted plan was based and informed by the outline, absolutely. So it was entirely in accordance with the plans officers presented with you. But we went further than that following the discussions, so we moved the parcel of built form some 5 metres further northwards.
I think perhaps you have answered that question, that you have had the discussions. You may be able to bring those points in if other questions are asked. Thank you. Any other questions, members? Councillor Jemison.
Morning. It seems the breakdown seems to be on the buffer zone. I just wondered if you could explain why that is happening, what is stopping you conceding to the requirements for better planting and widening the buffer zone?
Yes, well, we have widened it very significantly from what we had put forward originally, which was in conformity with the approved outline requirements. So we have gone further, and James Blake have updated the specification, and they've gone forward with very detailed proposals, which in their experience, and they are a very experienced local practice, what they have put forward and what we have put forward is incredibly robust, and it will allow for a very comprehensive landscape buffer to form there. And that's in terms of the heights of it and the underfoliage as well, to really create that dense growth. And in terms of how far we can go, we really have gone as far as we believe is necessary, taking the advice of our experts, who will provide a watching brief over the implementation as well, I hasten to add. But it really is a balancing exercise. You know, there are other considerations at play here. For example, highways, drainage, you know, urban design. So it's really just about balancing what can be competing interests and coming forward with a comprehensive scheme.
Members, any other questions? Councillor Parker.
Yeah, I just wonder if you could give us some sort of sense when you took this application site on, how much weight or importance did you give to the heritage aspect of Chilton Hall? Can you just give the committee some sense of how you prioritised that, please?
Yes, of course. We knew it was very important, both from the history and the planning file of the outline, the fact that obviously the decision of this council was subject to litigation as well. So clearly, from our perspective, we knew that that was a very, very key consideration, and you know, an absolutely fundamental thing that we have borne in mind. And all of our instructions from day one to our team of landscape advisors has been make sure that that is a robust landscape buffer. And I should also add that through pre-application engagement with your officers, it was made very clear to us that that is a very key consideration, amongst others, which include you know, retaining the public benefits that flow from a scheme of 130 new homes.
Any other Councillor Busby?
Could you flash up slide 76, please? Whilst we're waiting for that to come up, the issue of the visibility is kind of a choice between, I guess, increasing the buffer or reducing the height of the houses. One of the other issues, or a couple of the issues that came out, was the high number of four-bedroomed houses on the site and the lack of bungalows. Could you not resolve those two issues by, as been suggested, change the four-bedroomed houses on the front of the site to perhaps 4 bungalows or 2 semi-detached bungalows, lowering the height and therefore making the view less likely? That would seem an easier way out of doing it rather than trying to move everything back 5 metres. As you can see, although we talk about 15 metres, you've got 9 metres there. Is that not a possibility that you could alter those first 4 houses?
I think what I would say in answer to that is the parameter plan, which was approved at outline, set a maximum ridge height of 9.5 metres. What we did following engagement with the parish council and their advisors was actually to go back to our house type range and reduce the ridge height we were proposing in that entire southern parcel to 9 metres. So we did actually take heed of that and try and respond positively in doing that change. And that stems from the benefits of a bespoke housing suite as is before you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Councillor Jamieson.
One of the conditions is planting aftercare. I just wondered what is going to be put in place to maintain the planting in that area and that buffer zone.
Well, as part of the Section 106 obligation, in addition to the proposed condition, Anderson need to supply open space specifications, including the long-term maintenance strategy and how that's funded. But in terms of what we're going to submit in order to discharge that condition fully is, and we have sort of indicated the level of detail we'll be supplying, is a watching brief, an implementation strategy, a decompactation, aeration of soil to ensure that the longevity of the stems and the girths of the mature trees that we're planting will be maintained in perpetuity. In addition to that, we've required a 10-year aftercare maintenance minimum, which is in addition to, I think it's 5 years is the normal. We think we're robust in our strategy effectively, and we're comfortable and confident that we've got the information to submit.
Thank you. Does that answer your question sufficiently? Yeah, thank you. You're itching to come in there. If it's very brief,
It is, Chair, thank you. Just as an add-on to that, I would say that the planting we are coming in with, and the officers alluded to this, is a very substantial undertaking, cost undertaking, and it is certainly not in our interest to plant it not in accordance with best practice and not ensure that the irrigation and the aftercare is there to ensure that it gets established and grows into what will benefit not only sort of the heritage angle, but equally our future residents in terms of their amenity fronting onto Waldenfield
I think you've answered
Road.
that. Thank you. Any other questions, members? Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little bit, as we're, where it's questionable. I'm not. I'd like clarification about this buffer zone. Obviously, the Chilton Parish Council have gone through this. They're still asking for extra buffer zones within that area. And I noticed from 101 of the report, from 14 metres envisaged originally, it's gone now to a depth of 21 at the widest and 19 more generally. Well, we're looking at, I think it was number 76. You're still not actually providing that 21 metres buffer, or 19 metres as it more generally at its widest. So why can't you actually get that arrangement all the way through? I just want clarification of it, because I'm getting one questionable thing from the council and one from you.
It reduces in size, is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I understand the way the road works, but
that's your question to them. Yeah. Can you possibly answer that?
Yes, happy to. So we're trying to create a slightly sinuous edge to the northern bit. The depth, we are assured by James Blake, as I say, who are very experienced in this. They may have a different professional opinion to other parties interrogating their work, but they are absolutely categorical that the depth of planting is adequate. Obviously, the measurements there, you've got to take account of the existing hedgerow, albeit it is gapped in places. That will be reinforced as well right up to the boundary, so it will be a very substantial
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt there. The officer can perhaps clarify this point, Councillor Osborne, so I'm going to take his clarification now.
Thank you, Chair. Just really as a point of information on slide 76. What I've done on that slide is... Is that working?
Hold on, let me set that up.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So what we have here is a series of measurements. So here I've gone from the back edge of the footway to the inner edge of the buffer, and that is 23. The next one down, I've excluded the gap between the existing hedgerow and the back edge of the footway. So the total depth, including the existing hedgerow and the buffer, is 20. This one is inside the existing hedge. The depth of the buffer is 14, but clearly the actual depth of planting will be closer to the 20 if I were to have included the existing hedgerow. So when we get down to 9 metres, that is the pinch point in the buffer, but there is also the additional width of planting that is the existing hedgerow. And as you can see, just a little bit to the south, the overall depth is 14 metres. So I think in the report we've said it can reach up to 21, which it can. Generally it's around 19, but there will be pinch points. We recognise there will be pinch points. What I'd say here is where the actual narrowest element is, actually opposite you have garages. Okay, you have a house here and a house here, but immediately at that pinch point, set back into the distance even further, is a single-storey garage. I just wanted to confirm why there are a series of measurements on there. They are each measuring a different element.
Thank you. Hopefully that clears up some of your query, Councillor Osborne. Any other questions, members? No? Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Perhaps you'd return to your seats. Right. We have no county councillor present. The ward members, Councillor Arfi and Councillor Maybury, are present. I know Councillor Maybury wishes to speak. I've got down that Councillor Arfi doesn't, but if you want to, just put your hand up. You're here, I wouldn't refuse you. Councillor Maybury, you are down to comment. You have 5 minutes in which to address the committee. If at the end of that there's questions, perhaps you'll stay there and answer them. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have heard today how the outline planning permission for this site, known locally as the Orchards, Chilton, was achieved last year. Today, the planning committee is being asked to decide on the reserved matters of this development from which is being presented before them. Chilton Parish Council do not object to the development of housing on this site, but they do have concerns which they have voiced and illustrated through partner specialists. I too have supported statements regarding heritage buildings. I have in the past, and I will always do so. It is pertinent to remind the committee that Chilton Hall, although only part of the original manorial building from the 16th century, is unique in being the only manorial building left within the immediate area, as the manors of Great Waldingfield, Little Waldingfield and Acton have been lost over the centuries. We need to defend this Tudor survivor, to preserve it for future generations in a situation that is suitable for its manorial status. There is a question of public compared to private view here. A private view from a property is not a material consideration for planning. However, a public view is, and I would argue that a listed property such as Chilton Hall has a public view from its vistas, as by its nature of being a property worth listing to preserve and conserve it is of public interest, and therefore any view from its curtilage is a public view. As the district councillor for the parish over the last 4+ years, I have investigated the history of the parish and understand how the village waxed and waned over the decades. I have listened to all sides of the deliberations of this development, the latest chapter within the parish history. I commend the due diligence of Chilton Parish Council. I support the call for the heavy landscaping to the front of the development to the B115, and the suggestion that perhaps this front housing could or should be also a maximum of 1 to 1.5 storey. However, I also commend the developers for their engagement with the community, their care to the cul-de-sac east at St Mary's, their attention to detail on the proposed housing, their nod to the history of the adjacent Second World War airfield, their respect for the area and for the residents they have met, as well as their interpretation of the undulating landscape, because it does dip, managing distinctive topography. The addition of housing for local need, as well as the level of affordable housing, is and will be of great benefit to the area. These are, in my opinion, the type of developer we would wish to attract to our district. I ask that the Planning Committee be minded to approve this development with conditions. A, the frontal landscaping to the B115 is enhanced to preserve the feeling of rural isolation of Chilton Hall. I feel this could be achieved, perhaps even at a later date, with the addition of smaller trees interspersed with the larger planned specimens. And also, B, housing at the entrance be reduced further in height, perhaps even to a 1.5 storey, which would preserve the public view from Chilton Hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maybury. Members, is there any questions you've got that you wish to put to the Councillor? No? Thank you very much. Councillor Arfey, you are present. Do you wish to speak? Just give us a minute for this to run through. That's it. Right. Yep, we'll put you on time. You have up to 5 minutes. Okay? And you can stay there, and if there's any questions, perhaps you'd answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I won't speak for very long at all, actually. First of all, I'd just like to thank Vincent Pearce for his presentation. As you know, I chaired committee for quite a long time, and I've sat in committee meetings for a long while as well. And I have to say, it was one of the fullest and one of the best presentations that I've heard. Also, I'd like to thank Councillor Maybury for what she's said. She's expressed the views of the parish council, I think, and certainly addressed the objections from Valerie Hart at Chilton Hall. All I'm asking is that you satisfy yourself regarding the proposed buffer. I think you've probably picked up this morning that this is the single most important part. You satisfy yourself that it is sufficient, that it has the right mix, and that it affords screening during all seasons with multiple canopy layers. So that's what I want you to concentrate on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that good advice. Members, have you got any questions you wish to put to Councillor Arfey? No? Thank you very much, Councillor Arfey. Thank you very much, Councillor Maybury. Is there anything you wish to say? Right, no. Members, we're now in open debate, so who would like to start? Councillor Busby, followed by Councillor Plum.
Thank you, Chair. Well, to me, it seems like an excellent development, a proposed development. It just seems a shame that we've got to this final part and there's this just little bit of disagreement between what is and what isn't a satisfactory buffer. Having spent so much time on focusing on the detail and the quality of the development, it just seems a shame that we've got to this bit. And I'm not certain what the answer is. Personally, I would like to see the houses reduced to bungalows or chalet bungalows so that you cut the height of the housing down. That seems to be an easier solution than trying to redesign the whole site by pushing the boundary back by 5 metres. I mean, maybe there's a condition we can put in where there's a test in 5 years that if the view is still visible, if the buffer has not worked, then further planting has to take place. I don't know how we get round this impasse between what will be a buffer and what isn't a buffer. It's, you know, how high is it?
Perhaps we could let the officer think about that for a moment and I'll get an answer for you on that. But in the meantime, while you're thinking about that, I'll take Councillor Plum.
Got it, at last. Technology and me don't go together. Thank you, Chair. I've got a simple question. We keep talking about the number of bungalows on the development. I know the Chair is very keen to have more bungalows in the district. I'm plagued with a ward that's got a glut of them. Can somebody tell me what sort of proportion of the houses we should be aiming at bungalows before we move on to deciding whether this mix is the right mix?
That's 2 questions, I think, for you to answer. Perhaps you would take that one on board as well.
Currently, we do not have a policy that specifies a ratio for bungalows in our local plan or core strategy. It is something that's been considered within the joint local plan, but at the moment there isn't a requirement.
Yes, I can assure you that the local joint plan committee, which are looking at this moment, and Councillor Arfey is co-chairman of it, this does come up about bungalows, so I'm sure he'll take note of that for you. And the answer to the question that Councillor Busby as to whether if we were minded to approve it and the buffer wasn't as secure as they make it out to be, could we add extras there? And I think it's basically what you were saying.
I'll look to Stephen, but in my mind I'm thinking we have a landscape management plan, but what if that was tweaked to allow a review towards the end of the construction period, 2023, where we can assess how well the landscaping is doing. It's almost an open check, so I'm a little bit nervous, but there may be a way. I defer to Stephen and his...
It's coming over to you.
Well, actually, just to rewind slightly on the mix point, I think it's important not to look at housing mix for mix's sake, because it's not a reserved matter before us. It's not for us to say that there aren't enough bungalows in terms of the open market housing. Certainly affordable housing mix is important because it does form part of the 106 agreement, but we've heard that the strategic housing lead is satisfied. So in terms of the bungalows, it's really more about the scale of the development. And in that respect, of course, you know, the outline permission and the balance that was struck in terms of harm versus benefits was carried out last year when permission was granted. And there is a parameter plan. It is important. It does set that there is a maximum height, no more, for dwellings to provide for or meet. They fall under that. There is an argument, of course, that if at the time members felt that that element of the parameter plan was of particular concern, they could have lowered that threshold, but we didn't. We assessed it on the basis of there being a maximum height of 9.5 metres. Nevertheless, that does not get away from the fact that we need to be absolutely sure that the reserve matters before us is consistent with the outline permission that's been granted, and the need, of course, to minimise harm or eradicate it entirely, which of course would be preferential. And you've got before you in the report officers' assessment. I think it's certainly rational reasons are given why officers are giving the recommendation that they are in terms of the presentation of the landscape buffer. And what this ultimately comes down to is whether members feel that that strategy is appropriate or not. As it sits, it does accord with the parameters plan, the thickness there that's defined by that, and the spacing and distribution of the built form of development as relating. In terms of a kind of review mechanism within a condition, I'm not quite sure how that would work in practice. If members want to continue to push on that door, it's something we can perhaps reflect on and maybe pause slightly so we can speak amongst ourselves. But what I'd say in the first instance is you have a strategy before you that's been provided by the applicants. They feel, and which is endorsed by officers, and of course there's no objection from the landscape consultant, that it is suitable and appropriate for its purpose, which is to effectively mask the development from views of the from and to the registered park and garden and the Chilton Hall collection of assets. Clearly the parish council and Lady Hart's advisors are saying another thing. It's for members to determine effectively whether they feel the strategy is sufficient or not, or whether something else is required. And if it is, then of course that's something to come to fruition during the debate.
Thank you all for that. You want to come back on that point? Okay.
Well, the problem that we have is we've got two sets of experts giving us two sets of figures and information. I don't think we're qualified to be able to say that that set of experts' figures is right and another set of experts' figures is wrong. In which case, bearing in mind it's a heritage asset, we would probably have to err on the side of caution and go with the expert that presents the biggest buffer. Because if we go with the other one, we might be wrong. Which is why I've suggested that we should have a review and do something about it if it's wrong. Otherwise, I can't see any other thing to do than to say, well, yes, we must insist on a bigger buffet or smaller houses. No.
You say effectively, members, you've got to exercise your planning judgment here. You have got two sets of opinions. In fact, there's been in their own ways, the heritage opinions provided have been subtly different in different ways and in terms of the recommendations that they've made. You know, this isn't the case that you simply weigh one against the other. You could even reach an alternative view entirely based on what you've got before you, but the key is that you are exercising your judgment. I'm not sure how at a later date you could say, we didn't quite get that right, can you have another go? Because depending on what it is you feel that you'd assess at that stage, it might have wider impacts upon the development. I would urge you to look at what you've got before you today and decide whether that strategy is going to be appropriate. You've heard from Mr Pearce and the applicant the approach to the strategy taken, that there is a mix of those heavy standard, established trees going in first and foremost, which will have that kind of top canopy. There is the thickening of the existing hedge, and there is the lower canopy work as well to effectively, in the applicant's mind, give that impermeable screen that was sought at the outline stage. There is a requirement that the landscape strategy is in general accordance with what was presented at outline. As a matter of judgment, officers feel that that is the case entirely.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, followed by Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I was going to ask a question, but actually it's largely been answered with the conversation that we've just had there, actually. But I'll still make the point, Chair, that it seems to me that we're not a million miles away from a solution here. All parties, it's an excellent application that's come forward, and the Parish Council have stated that they are. They're not opposed to this on every measure. So, to all accounts, what we're talking about here is a compromise. So, the question is a compromise even an option to us as a committee here today? If it's not an option, then that will inform the debate, it seems to me, because if it's not an option, then we quickly need to start talking about the whys and wherefores and our interpretation of the harm on the side. If a compromise is an option, that would seem to be the sensible route to take. So I'm just wondering if Councillor Maybury's suggestion of condition is that possible or not. We can only take the views of our officers on that. So just need a bit of guidance on this, I think.
Yes, I think compromise is what you're asked, and I'll get the officers to comment on that. But I think I have to remind you, as I do often at this committee, we have to deal with what's in front of us. But I'll see whether there is.
In terms of compromise, first and foremost, we've got to make sure that whatever is required is necessary to make the development acceptable. It's not just a case of saying, oh, well, let's have a little bit more, please. It's got to be the case that is what you've got before you on behalf of the applicant acceptable or not? Is it necessary to seek more? As I say, their strategy, and they feel very strongly that it is appropriate for its circumstances. I think the only other thing to add is, of course, not only did they take the outline permission, seek to provide a strategy that was informed by and is in general accordance with the original landscape strategy, they have actually sought to change the parameters plan by amendments to push the built form further back and to increase that planting buffer. So in effect, they have already done that, and they have reassessed the amount of established trees that would be put in. So officers, again, I think would resort to commending the recommendation to you. I think that if what you perhaps are seeking is another go at the mix itself rather than anything else, then that perhaps could be done by way of condition because it is directly related to the reserved matters. It might be that you ask for, notwithstanding the submitted details, a resubmitted planting plan formed on the basis of whatever it is you feel is necessary, more trees, slightly different planting approach. But as I say, I mean, you need to be absolutely sure that's necessary.
Vincent, do you want to come in?
Running through my mind, and I'm thinking about what Councillors Busby and Parker and Stephen have said. It seems to me that at the heart of this is the question of the density of planting of the whips, the understory. And I think, as Stephen has suggested, if we have a condition that requires perhaps an increased density of whip planting, it does involve additional cost to the applicant. But an additional density of planting then encourages whips to grow and thrive. They're competing against each other. and very often you find that they are then thinned out. So if it's a question of the thickness of that screen, it is a question of density. How many whips per square metre are you planting? My feeling is that that could be dealt with by condition, and the answer is you're looking for an increase in that density.
I understand. I think I understand all that. I'm just thinking that we need to be clear who the decision maker will be as to whether that's necessary, which has to be the local planning authority. And obviously the condition needs to be so worded that it's lawful in every respect, i.e. it's enforceable and as Stephen says, it's necessary, and it is in line with the outline permission.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Osborne next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to express my thanks to Vincent for the presentation. I thought it was excellent, and as Councillor Arthur has already stated, it's probably one of the best I've heard since I've sat on planning. I would like to, I am in agreement with the development. I think it looks an excellent development. However, I have the concerns of the Chilton Parish Council and Lady Hart, the objector, and that, as you just said, Vincent, I think we ought to be looking at a thicker amount of growth from that area of screening, but also to go what the parish council want, and in fact have a larger buffer area if that is possible. So mediation between the applicant and parish council would be excellent. But then again, thank you officers for an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Davies next, but I think in answer to that, I think a condition could be drawn up if we wanted to pursue that any further. We can come back to that. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that last bit about the extra condition, just firming up the buffer. I live in an area where I've seen this happen in real life, where literally there was nothing on the ground and trees, a mix of trees were planted, and within 10 years it was a completely different landscape, and the screening was absolutely incredible. I thought among Vincent's presentation, he outlined very much the effect, if you like, of the broccoli, and then the different types of trees, how they would work in conjunction. And I think that would work absolutely perfectly if it's felt then that we needed a little bit extra. I think, well, correct me if I'm wrong, would that go into the first point of the recommendation where it says approved plans and details secured? Would that mix in with that, or would it have to be a separate condition? But either way, I would like to propose we accept the officer's recommendation to grant approval and seek a seconder.
What, with this extra beefing up of the planting?
If that's what the corporate manager believes is necessary, then yes.
Well, they're proposing what's in front of you without that. That's if you want to put a condition on it.
I'm asking if it would go in with the approved plans and details secured.
Right, so I'll get a view on that for you, but I'll come back to you because we'll make the proposal to accept the officer's recommendation otherwise. Thank you. Can you answer that?
It would need to be a separate condition. I think members have got before them actually in the tabled papers a schedule of proposed conditions were they minded to accept a recommendation. I think it would be a case of adding a condition in terms similar to, for example, condition 4, which relates to the timetable and phasing of the approved planting. I am thinking it would be along the lines of no developments apart from the access and enabling work shall commence until a revised soft landscaping scheme specifying planting mix of all trees to be planted within the strategic landscape buffer at the front of the site has been submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. That scheme shall include information to demonstrate how it has been formed by a programme of consultation and engagement with the Chilton Parish Council. Planting shall be carried out in strict accordance with the approved details.
Whilst you were reading that out, I looked up and the applicant was nodding his head in agreement what you were reading out. So I'm taking from that that it is workable, and obviously you can have those discussions with them afterwards. But I think the feeling is that Councillor Davies is proposing the officer's recommendation with that additional points that you've made out to beef it up, and the nods from over there are coming forward for it. What did you like? Could I, sorry, Councillor Maybury, could I just address this to both Lady Hart and the applicant? You've heard all what's been going on. Would you like to come forward and both give a comment on that? If you're both in agreement, then I'll accept both of you to come forward. If you're not, then I can't. I think that's a wonderful suggestion, Lady Hart.
Can I also
hang on.
clarify?
Just to be clear, it would more or less be what you're proposing. With you.
Yeah. Just purely to clarify that is this the planting specification as a whole, or is it just in relation to that under canopy mix?
The under canopy.
Yeah, as the under canopy, because that would be picking it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to join their conversation? I think,
I'm happy to if it involves the drafting.
Would you like the officer to join you and the applicant only? Just the two of you, no one else. I'm sorry, we're in debate, and I've been advised I can't allow that conversation. And Councillor Maybury, please don't take up a conversation with them. I don't think you can do that. Yeah, I think you. Well, I think it may be safer all round. That's all I'm suggesting. Right.
So Councillor Maybury isn't going to, unless as long as Councillor Maybury's not going to, is happy. She's not going to say anything else. She's not going to vote, is she?
No, she's not voting, but you're not going to say anything else to us. Right. That's fine. Right. Right. We'll have a 5-minute adjournment, members.
Mr. Chair.
No. Members, we're now back in session. Thank you for all getting together and perhaps trying to sort this out. But I have to remind members that we are the duly elected members who are responsible for decision making here this morning. Okay? Right, can you take us on from where we left off?
Right. I think I have, the party's obviously been in discussion. There is a condition that...
Sorry. No, I'm just saying I'll come to Councillor Davies after you've heard what's said and you'll accept all that or not.
Yes. So there is an agreed form of words that I will read now, and again, quite unorthodox, but if I get it wrong, then somebody needs to jump up and down.
Well, no, just put their hand up.
Or put their hand up, yes, let's be civilised. Yes. Notwithstanding the submitted drawings, no developments apart from the access and enabling works shall commence until a detailed planting specification and method statement for all trees and soft landscaping within the strategic landscaping buffer, brackets, including consideration of a grid matrix system, has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The details shall include information to demonstrate how they have been informed by a programme of consultation and engagement with the Chilton Parish Council. The approved the development should then be carried out in strict accordance with the approved details. What I would then like to add, members, is that there should be an addition to the resolution that in the event that there is no agreement between the parties, that when that condition comes to be discharged, it returns to the planning committee. So that ultimately, if there is a disagreement, members will then need to exercise judgment in terms of which strategy is considered to be most appropriate.
Well, I'm sure members would all be happy with that last part, yeah. Right? I will now ask the two prospective parties.
And just in fairness, just as a point of clarification, I think it would be wise. I think also before we have a firm proposal, it would be helpful to understand that members are satisfied with the scale of dwellings that has been presented within the submission. Thank you.
Right. Members, I think on the scale that's been put in, that was what was agreed at outline, you're happy with that or not? You're all nodding, right. Now, you've heard all what's been said, and Councillor Davies, are you happy to include all that with the last provision? If I can get the Parish Council, which is Lady Hart, and the applicant, which I've forgotten your name because it's somewhere here. Timothy Chivers. Could you just please nod or say yes that you agree to what's been suggested? That's right. Thank you. Lady Hart?
It does on the planting, but we haven't heard on the scale.
The scale?
Well, I've just sought clarification.
Yes, the members have said that they're satisfied. They have said that. Right. Councillor Davies, would you like to make your proposal again?
Yeah, I think well done to both parties there on agreeing that. I think this is eminently sensible. So I'd like to make the proposal that we accept the officer's recommendation with the new condition as outlined by Stephen.
Conditions.
And that's subject.
Absolutely, yeah.
And return them to this committee if it all breaks down.
If there is a disagreement, yeah.
Right, you're all clear on that, members? Oh, yeah, I'm coming to that. You're all clear? Right. Councillor Barrett.
I'd like to second that proposal, please.
You don't wish... Thank you. Then, members, if you're now clear, it's been proposed by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Barrett, that we accept the officer's recommendation plus the additional condition, plus in the event of it all going wrong, it will come back to the planning committee. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both the Parish Council and to the applicant. Members, it's up to you. We've got 3 more plans to do. Do you want to have a break until past, which means you would get a chance to get lunch, or do you want to carry on? Carry on. Oh, David, we're outvoted. Councillor Osborne, we'll carry on. Yep.
Yeah, carry on. And can I just have your permission? I've got another meeting at 1 o'clock. So
you don't need my permission. You can't stay.
Well, no, I'm just saying I'll have to leave it after this next application.
Right, okay, thank you. We'll carry on, members. That's the view of it. So all those that wanted to have a quick break, I'm sorry. Thank you, members of the public, for bearing with us this morning. Hopefully the rest won't be as complicated as that one. Let's move now to 6B, Lavenham, Priory, Water Street. That's on page 17, and it's Samantha. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Your attention is drawn to the late papers, where there's been a revision of some heritage comments following some further information from the planning agent. The stance of the heritage team have not changed throughout the application, even after these further comments. The application is for the erection of a detached dwelling and garage within the grounds of Lavenham Priory, a Grade 1 listed building within the Lavenham Conservation Area. The application comes to committee as it is considered to be contentious. There are objections from the Lavenham Society, Suffolk Preservation Trust, 15 residents, the Parish Council, Historic England and the Council's Heritage Team. There have also been 37 letters of support for the scheme. The application site is in the rear garden of the Priory to the south of the dwellings in Water Street. Water Street is here, Lavenham Priory here, and the application site is here. The access drive is shown. The garden of Lavenham Priory is an irregular shape which backs onto numerous properties within Water Street. This plan shows the historic core of Lavenham with Water Street with many listed properties that are coloured here. This is the High Street, and then Church Street runs up here with the church. And there's also Bears Lane, which is here. The site is contained within the historic core of Lavenham and is associated with Lavenham Priory, which with open fields to the south. The site is within the conservation area with many listed buildings running along Water Street, including the Grade 1 listed properties of Lavenham Priory and De Vere House. The built-up area boundary is marked here, and the site is clearly outside of the settlement boundary. A public footpath runs along the south of the site here and is accessed from Bears Lane. There is an application that was granted by committee in Bears Lane of 25 dwellings in this section here. This aerial photograph shows the context of the site to the village and the wider landscape. The site is outside of the built-up area boundary, but is considered to be well located to access facilities within the village because of its close proximity to the High Street. This plan shows the proposed layout of the site. The access is from Water Street, just here, and it would go through the car parking area for Priory Farm Court and then over the grounds of Lavenham Priory to where the house would be sited in the southeastern corner of the site. The proposed eco-dwelling would be single-storey and partially underground with a green roof to help minimise the visual impact on its surroundings. 2 applications for similar dwellings have been refused on the site previously in 2009 and 2010. The 2010 refusal was then taken to appeal and dismissed on heritage grounds. The application is a resubmission of an application that was withdrawn earlier this year on on heritage grounds, as the applicant thought that they could address the issues raised by the heritage team. This is the floor plan showing the very contemporary design of the dwelling. There's a detached garage here, and the access drive would come in here with parking area. There's a large glazed screen just here to help with solar gain. This plan shows the wider context of the layout of the site. This is the Bears Lane development with the application site that we're looking at today, just off the slide actually, up here. The Parish Council have objected to the scheme because of the proposal's impact on the green fringe of the village and the relationship of the Priory to its link to the countryside. This area of Lavenham has been defined as a high landscape sensitivity in the Lavenham Landscape Character Assessment, which forms part of the adopted Lavenham Neighbourhood Plan. Therefore, development of this site is contrary to the Neighbourhood Plan. As you can see, the Bears Lane development leaves a wide swathe of land between the village and the development to allow for long views into and out of the village across the rolling landscape. This is an important feature within the neighbourhood plan. The planning agent has helpfully provided some CGIs to help you visualise how the dwelling may look if it were to be constructed. This slide shows the site looking from the south with the footpath along the boundary here. And the dwelling is just popped in here. This shows the green roof of the building and how it's quite buried underneath the ground. This is taken actually from the grounds of the Priory. Again, another view from within the gardens. This shows the gouge in the landscape that would be required to hide the driveway. We're on to the photographs now. This shows Lavenham Priory from the street, from Water Street. This shows the access point with Water Street from Priory Farm Court. These are some of the buildings within Priory Farm Court and the parking area. This shows the application site. The part that's unmown is where the dwelling would be located. And just some more photographs around the site to give you some context of how large the garden is and the screening. But you will note that this was when the leaves were on the trees, so during winter it would look quite different. Again, this is showing the location of the house. The garden is large and well screened with trees. There is very limited visual intervisibility between the site and the buildings on Water Street. However, less than substantial harm has been identified by both Historic England and the Heritage Team because of the impact the development would have on the setting of the conservation area. The rear gardens of the property in Water Street form an undeveloped space between the historic core of the village and the open countryside. When less than substantial harm is identified, the harm should be weighed against the public benefit. In this case, the public benefit is limited to employment opportunities during the construction phase and also the addition of one dwelling to the housing stock in Lavenham. These limited benefits do not outweigh the harm to the heritage assets. The scheme is also contrary to the aims of the NPPF local plan policies and the Lavenham Neighbourhood Plan and is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Oh, Councillor Busby, sorry.
I think you're probably going to be aware of what I'm going to say. I think this is a very difficult application to judge from photographs because there are slopes on there that you can't see. As you say, the photographs are taken in the summer. I propose that we should have a site visit on this one to get a full view of the impact, because I don't think those photographs give you any enough information anyway.
Thank you. Other members, I can take that if you get a seconder. Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree. Councillor Busby, quite correct in that it is very difficult to look at a thing which was done during the summer months.
Councillor Plum, on this point only.
Thank you, Chair. I disagree. It's so obvious that this one needs to just be refused because it doesn't meet the Labour neighbourhood plan of Lavenham. We need to support the neighbourhood plans and we need to show that very strongly and straight away.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Well, I would disagree, but for entirely different reasons. I think we're too far in advance of the debate to decide whether we're going to refuse that or not, Chair. But yeah, but I think there's quite a lot of information within the officer's report. I think the photographs are more than more than necessary in this example. So I wouldn't support a request for a site visit on this occasion.
Thank you. Started and ended. Any other comments on this? No. Rob wanted to come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to members, because if at this point, obviously, we can take proposals at any point through the meeting on when we're on an application, but in the interest of hearing all the information that is available to members, if we do go through any proposals, from a good governance perspective, as we have members of the public that have waited quite a significant amount of time today, that we would hear all the information, then members could still choose to go with that option afterwards, if they so choose.
Would you be happy to hear? We have three. Well, we have. I'm never going to be able to pronounce your name, but we have a supporter, the applicant, and we have Councillor Maybury. So that means we'd have to listen to all of those three, which could take 10 minutes, and you could then put your request for site inspection immediately afterwards. Would you be happy with that?
Well, in a way, yes, but in a way, no. Sorry, speaking isn't going to resolve the issue here. The key issue is about views. It's the views from this position through the back gardens. It's a view from somewhere else. You cannot get a feeling of whether that view is good or bad by talking about it. You've got to see it. And you can't get it from photographs because it could be anywhere. It could have been my back garden. I wish.
Okay. I'm going to make a ruling on this. I hear what the officer says and I accept that. But I think in the interest that we proceed here, I'm prepared to allow you to put forward your request now. So you wish a site inspection for the reasons you've stated. It's seconded by Councillor Osborne. All those in favour of a site inspection, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4. That is carried. We'll have a site inspection. I'm very sorry to the members of the public and the applicant that are present, but this will not be discussed now. We will have a site inspection which you'll be informed about, and it will get back to the earliest planning committee meeting that we can get it to, and the officers will inform you of that. Thank you very much. Sorry. Members, we'll now move on to Duke Street, Hintlesham, on page 79. Samantha, over to you.
Okay. This presentation covers two applications where the sites are adjacent and are linked by a financial viability assessment. The two sites are in Duke Street, Hintlesham. The proposals are for the erection of 3 dwellings and another for 14 dwellings. I will start with a very brief history of the two sites. In 2015, outline permission was granted for the erection of 8 dwellings on this piece of land marked in red. In 2017, reserved matters were granted. The site included 2 affordable dwellings which were protected by a Section 106 agreement. Also included in the southern part of the site was an area of open space. The size of the development did not require an open space contribution and therefore was not protected by a Section 106 agreement. This is the affordable dwellings and this is the open space here. Later in 2017, the site to the south came forward for 11 dwellings, which included 3 affordable and was approved. This plan shows the 2 development sites with the open space in the middle there and a farm access through to the field behind. The 8 dwellings have now been built and many are being occupied. These are the affordable dwellings to the south of the site with the open space area just to the right of those dwellings. This application is DC 19-02585, which is item 6D and can be found on page 95 of your agendas. 3 dwellings are proposed on the open space area. They would be a terrace of 3. They are smaller dwellings to those to the north, which gives a better mix over the whole 2 sites. The design and materials are similar to those of the development that have been built. Each of the dwellings would have 3 bedrooms. The centre dwelling is over 3 floors because it's slightly narrower in floor area. The site would be accessed using the existing access point for the 8 dwellings. These are again the affordable dwellings to the scheme of 8 that have been built out, and the application site is just to the right. And this is the site that was previously deemed as open space, where the 3 dwellings are proposed. These are some of the dwellings opposite the site, just to give you some context of what the housing stock is like. The second application is for 14 dwellings and is item 6C on page 79 of your agenda. The site has a live planning permission for 11 dwellings, which includes 3 affordable dwellings. This current application was accompanied by a financial viability assessment, which concluded that the live permission is not financially viable. 14 dwellings would be viable without affordable dwellings. We sent the assessment to the district valuer, who concluded that 2 affordables would still make the scheme viable. This was accepted by the applicant. The application for the 3 dwellings on the open space was received after the viability had been carried out. The developer is the same applicant for the sites. Therefore, we insisted that the viability should include both sites, and the 3 dwellings was added to the 14, making a total of 17. This has resulted in a total of 3 affordable units over the 2 sites being required, and it is financially viable, which the applicant has actually accepted. There are no particular constraints to the site, and the principle of development has been established on the site by the granting of the 11 dwellings in 2017. This is an aerial view of Duke Street and the current development gap. This does not show the 8 dwellings that have already been built in the top section here. This is the proposed layout with the affordable units to the south. There are 2 access points proposed, one on Duke Street here, and the second access point is off the farm access. This is the design of the 2 affordable dwellings at the southern section of the site. Plots 3 and 4, just to give you an idea of how the buildings have been designed. Plot 5 is the other affordable unit, which would be a shared ownership and would have 3 bedrooms. The other 2 affordables at the southern end of the site are affordable rent and are 2-bedroom properties. This is just a selection of the other house types that are proposed on the site. Plot 14 to the north of the site is the largest dwelling and has 5 bedrooms. This is the street scene. The mix of housing includes market housing of 1 5-bedroom, 3 4-bedrooms, 5 3-bedroom dwellings, and 2 2-bedroom dwellings. The affordable element are 2 2-bedroom affordable rent and 1 3-bedroom shared ownership. This shows the internal road and the dwellings. The design and materials will match the 8 that have already been built, giving a consistent character along the eastern side of Duke Street. This shows the farm access track to the fields behind, and it's also where one of the access points would be for the 14 dwellings. The open space where the 3 dwellings are proposed is on the left-hand side behind that hoarding. This is looking south from the farm track, looking down towards Red House Cottages. And this is looking back the other way from the cottages north towards the 8 dwellings that have already been built. These are Red House Cottages to the south of the site. Their simple design is reflected in the affordable dwellings that sits behind them. There's just a couple of photographs of some of the dwellings that are opposite the site. Neighbours have raised concerns over the parking of vehicles during this construction phase on Duke Street. This was a problem with the previous development. It is my understanding, I've been told by the architect this week, that a compound has been secured to the rear of the site on agricultural land on which vehicles will be parked. This arrangement can be secured as part of a condition within a construction management plan. Although the proposal is not policy compliant and does not provide 35% affordable housing, the scheme has received independent scrutiny and has concluded that the site for 14 should provide 2 affordable units. If the site for 3 is also added, then a 3rd affordable unit would still make the development viable. The site for 3 would result in the loss of an open space, but would provide an additional affordable dwelling. So there is a balance to be made of which would be the more important public benefit. Both applications are recommended for approval subject to a Section 106 agreement to secure affordable housing and RAMS contribution. Conditions are set out at the end of each of the reports. It has been suggested that you discuss the development for 3 dwellings firstly. Thank you.
Yes, members, you've heard the officer's presentation. We'll take the second part of the application, which is on page 95, because we have members of the public here, the same people for both parts of this. And we have the parish council, Mr. Les Cole. Would you, sir, like to come forward? You have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. And you will have another 3 minutes on the other one, unless you just ditto. It's entirely up to you.
Good morning. So you want me to do the 14 first, is that correct? 3 first, sorry. If we get the right revision. Sorry. Right, okay. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon. I'm representing Hintlesham and Chatterton Parish Council, who object to this proposal for the following reasons. The Parish Council has objected to all of the applications on this site, initially for the 8 new houses and now for the additional 3 houses, the principle being lack of any proven need. The first of the initial 8 houses has been occupied since April of this year, but 5 of the 8 houses remain either unsold or unoccupied, which includes the 2 affordable housing. Given the first phase remains unsold, what justification is there a demand exists? When the application for the 8 was originally submitted to the Planning Department, it was presented to the Parish Council in October 2015. The scheme was proposed with the inclusion of new village green on open space to be utilised by existing residents as well as the new inhabitants. The location would avoid children having to navigate half a mile to the existing village green, which includes walking along the busy A1071. The position of this open space on the southwest corner of the site would also act as a visual buffer zone between the new houses and the adjacent open cultivated land, which is now potentially going to be additional housing. The applicant has stated what would have been the new village open space is now classified as unwanted land. It was not considered as unwanted land when it was used as an enticement for the application of the original 8 houses. In the last 10 years, the number of houses in Duke Street which have either been built or been granted planning consent exceeds 50. At no point has any provision been made for the residents of Duke Street. The possibility of an open green space, albeit small, was considered by many to be a desirable asset. The local primary school is full to capacity, and due to the site constraints, it's impossible to extend or increase the school facility, resulting in more primary-aged children travelling by car to schools outside the village. The public report back mentions that only 1 resident has raised objections to this application. On the original application for the 8 houses, for outline and for full, there was 9 objections at outline and there was 5 for the full application. This has led to the belief with the residents that their comments have little effect on the outcome. Much emphasis has been made by the applicant and by the planners about the excellent links to the centre of the village and the ease of access via the footpath. During the construction of the 8 houses, contractors' vehicles constantly blocked this footpath. I had hoped to show some photographs demonstrating this, but unfortunately this was not being proved possible. We would ask, however, that restrictions to prevent reoccurrence of this situation be included in any condition and should the permission be granted. With the construction of the 8 houses on this site, regrettably, no restrictions were imposed by Babergh on working hours, and as a consequence, residents were occasionally woken early on Sunday mornings by vehicle movements and noisy plant operation. As with the parking issues, we would ask that necessary restrictions to control this also be included in any conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, have you any questions for the Parish Council? Councillor Davies. Closer to your mic, please.
I just want to pick up the point about the construction management plan. I don't know if it's right for the Parish Council or for the officers to answer that.
To ask the Parish Council where their concern is, but I think it's a question for our officers in due course.
So I'll start then by asking you what your concern is about any future construction management plan and previous ones.
On the 8 which have been constructed, there was absolutely no restrictions at all on that site regarding working hours, parking, on-road parking, off-road parking. As a consequence, we ended up with vehicles completely blocking pavements, which resulted in confrontation, shall we say, between the residents, the existing residents, and the contractors. The contractors have not engaged at any time with the Parish Council or with the residents. Despite what we just heard with the previous application for Sudbury, we never had any engagement at all. So it was contemptuous almost.
Thank you for that. Could I just ask, do you have any yellow lines in the village?
In Hintlesham has now had yellow lines applied in George Street by the pub, but there's none at all in Duke Street.
You are aware the parish council can apply for yellow lines to be to the county council?
Yes, but the yellow lines in George Street, which have been applied, there's no enforcement of them, and so
that's another story.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Help out on this?
It is normal practice to put a standard condition on for working hours during the construction phase. Quite happy to put that on any permission that's granted. Also, a construction management plan would also deal with the parking issues, and it would ensure that what has been promised to me verbally about a compound to the rear of the site on agricultural land would also be provided.
Thank you. We have Philip Williams. If you, sir, like to come forward, you also have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Good afternoon. I'm the developer of the previous site and the further following 2 sites.
Can you get closer to the mic? That's
right. All right now?
Yeah.
Is that better?
That's better.
Out of all the 60 or so homes on Duke Street, there was only one objection, who asserts that there was a genuine need for public open space on Duke Street. I'm building homes with large rear gardens set well back from the main road, allowing children to play safely in the front or rear gardens. There was no public open space on Duke Street, so was there a genuine need for it? I suspect not. The houses I build have large gardens, and so I'm not adding to that requirement. So if there wasn't a need before, and I haven't created a need, there is still no need. The previous owner offered voluntarily a public open space. It was not a condition or a legal obligation, and neither did its inclusion weigh heavily on the planning decision. The area is not big enough to be used as a recreational area. You couldn't play football or throw a frisbee. Babergh's Communities Department has said about the 14 home application that although warranting an open space provision, 10 plus dwellings, its size, shape and location do not warrant on-site provision. It should be noted that there is a recreational ground and village hall within the village. So if the 14 application doesn't warrant an open space, this adjacent site with 8 certainly doesn't either. As a hinterland village, Hintlesham is well provided for having a purpose-built football pitch, a mugger, a play area adjacent to the village hall, all within a few minutes' walk. Residents have raised the issues of dog fouling in the area. This unmaintained open space would be ideal for unsocial dog owners or even fly tippers. So if children aren't going to be able to use it, who will? The elderly? Or why would they leave the comfort of their own gardens to stand in a patch of land adjacent to the road? There is also concern about the loss of a buffer zone. Between this piece of land and the 14-home site is a 36-foot wide farm field access, the full depth of the site, which will be the new buffer zone. I'm offering 3 smaller, 3-bedroomed houses with a lower sales value, giving more people the opportunity to buy one. The houses are set well back behind an existing hedge, which will be retained and strengthened. The district valuer has concluded that 2 affordable houses on the 14 and 3 if the 2 sites are approved together. If the 3 are not approved now, it could lead to a non-related application sometime in the future with no affordable housing. There are already 2 affordable houses on the adjacent development H, which I've just successfully sold to Babergh. In summary, this is a good opportunity to provide 3 private affordable 3-bedroom houses. There was never a need for a public open space, and there still is no need. A proper maintained recreational area is only minutes walk away. An open space here serves no public purpose other than for dog fouling and rubbish accumulation. The buffer zone is maintained. Babergh get an additional affordable house, and there is no planning condition or legal requirement for this open space. If I've got time, I'm also happy to answer the questions on, the unsold houses.
Your time was up. Right, members, do you have any questions to put to the applicant? Councillor Busby?
You said that the 3 beds, 3 floor houses, the smaller ones, are going to be affordable, market affordable. What kind of prices would they be sold at?
Well, just based on the current square foot that we're getting for the other houses that are sold there, they should market at about 260,000 in round pounds, whereas the other houses are built start from about 425. So they are.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Plum.
Thank you. Can you tell me, have you had any discussions with the local parish council?
Hello, no, I haven't. And there's a reason for that. If you'd like to know. Yeah, I have. I come from a large contractor background where heavy public involvement with the residents was generally encouraged. What I found there was you'd give people plans of what's going to happen next week. This is what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Plans necessarily change. Then everybody gets upset because their plans, what they thought was going to happen, isn't going to happen. So you send out another letter trying to correct it all, and that still doesn't happen. What I tried to do was keep myself to myself. The first thing I did was we built an access into the site, get ourselves away from the public. Put hoarding up to keep, because if my building site will encourage, unfortunately, thefts, which we had. If I make my site secure, it keeps everybody around where I'm working secure. So it was a conscious decision not to have a consultation, and I understand the benefits of it, but I don't think it would be appropriate on this site. I did receive one letter. I didn't get none of the parish council come up to me and said, oh, would you like to give a presentation? Would you like to do this? Would you like people, very welcoming of people looking at the site and talking to me about it. All I got was a very threatening letter about noise and nuisance, and we went to extensive lengths, and enforcement officers came out and said, you're doing nothing wrong, Mr Williams, crack on.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr Williams. Have you conducted a needs assessment on this?
No, I haven't. No. The only needs I'm sort of working on the basis is that houses are selling well. I've got 2 left.
Thank you. Councillor Parker?
So the needs of the village in which you are developing are on a consideration for you?
Sorry. Well, what I have done is there's the most interest in sales is on the smaller houses, the 2 and 3 beds, or the 3 beds on this site. But interestingly, the most expensive house sold first, the largest 5-bed house sold first, and then a large 4-bed. But there's been a lot of interest in the 3 beds. So on the next site, so hence I'm building 3 bedrooms house on this one at a lower value to try and give more local people more opportunity. And on the next site, 10 out of the 14 are 3 bedrooms or less.
Thank you. Who's next? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Can you just tell us a little bit, because if I understand it, you are the developer who had the plot of land that was going to be the open space. Is that right? Yeah. So what were the plans for that? Who was going to manage that in the future if that had continued?
It was the previous owner offered this as an open space, and I bought the land from him with this open space included. My understanding was that I would have to maintain it for a year, or the council would then take it over. The council didn't want a silly piece of land in the middle of the village to maintain, so in the end it would just fall into it would just be an empty, wasted space, and there would be a row of houses, a farm access next to a waste ground.
Cool.
No one's going to maintain it.
Thank you. Councillor Jamison.
Yeah, you have 5 properties left of the 8 you've already built. Is that not the case? Are they all sold, all 8?
Everything is sold.
8 houses on the site. 3 are sold and occupied. I sold 2 to the council successfully last Monday. They get occupied on Monday. I had a sale fall through, unfortunately, because my buyer fell out. He couldn't make it work, so he pulled out 2 weeks ago. I have 3 full asking price offers for that 3rd bed. I have 2 4 beds remaining.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. And could we like just to return to your seat for the moment? Now we No county councillor. Councillor Busby is the ward member, but as he's also a member of the planning committee, he's elected to remain a member of the planning committee so he can take part in the debate. Members, it's now over to you, and I'll start with Councillor Busby.
Can I just clarify that yellow lines wouldn't be a solution for construction parking? You wouldn't put yellow lines down for that? There. It would take you too long to get the yellow lines in place. The buildings would have been up and probably fallen down by the time of the council.
Point taken, but yellow lines can be put in villages if parish councils and their county councillors get together.
We have them in Hintlesham for a specific reason, which is to protect the school. Parking outside the school. Hintlesham have Hintlesham Village feel they don't have a need for any more houses, and generally that's probably true. They don't have facilities apart from a very full school, a pub and a community hall. There's no shop, anything like that. Their policy of backfill, i.e. they don't want development behind housing, extends throughout the village. But as you can see, as a result of that, for those of you that know Hintlesham, it means that you've got a very elongated village, starting with Duke Street and George Street and then going to Silver Hill. So from one end of the village to the other is, I don't know, a mile and a half, possibly, at least. The problem I have with that policy of having them just in ribbon development is that it means that you block out all of the views that have been there for years, and this is the first part of this of these two applications will contribute to that. Before the 8 and the 3 and the 14, that was an open field with views from housing opposite. It broke up the houses that existed in Duke Street, so there wasn't a continual line of housing. If we approve both of these, then that will go, and you will get a mile and a half of continual housing without views. And in my opinion, that is not what a countryside village should look like. You should have views across to the countryside. So that's my main concern. Secondly, even at 260,000, that's not particularly affordable. It's quite expensive. There isn't a need for the housing within the village, and I mean, the picture that you saw of the 2 little cottages, now they're the kind of things that I consider to be affordable housing and the kind of smaller houses that people need, and we're not getting those. These are huge grand houses. You saw the pictures of them. They're not meeting our needs, and that's why I guess the bigger ones aren't selling. So of these 3, I think if these weren't approved, that would provide at least a break in those run of houses and give views to the open countryside, which should be a typical village view. And that's why I don't really feel happy with these 3.
Thank you, Councillor Busby. I think all I'd point out is that on the affordable side, Hintlesham, looking at it, I would assume is an expensive village. So affordable houses, that could be affordable there, I don't know. So I think as members you should bear in mind that affordable does represent where the areas are. Anyway, Councillor Plum.
Are we allowed to ask the ward member a question?
He's not spoken to the ward member.
No, he's not the ward member in this. He's taking part.
Okay, so we can.
You ask a question, you can ask if the ward member knows something.
I'll ask a question. Why haven't you asked for a site visit?
Because I wouldn't have wanted you to oppose it, like you do all my requests for site visits.
Thank you.
I think most
Davis,
people, I'm hoping that most people that travel in come along that particular area and would hopefully have taken the opportunity to have a look at it.
Yes, I did. Councillor Busby.
Never known to be mixed up with Mr. Busby before. No. You wish. I've got, well, it's 2 things really. I do have an issue about the affordables, and I thought affordables were 80% of the market value. So if these houses are being valued at 260, surely they should be on the market for 200 and something, not at the full price. So that was just a general question about what affordable housing actually means. And then the second question, well, actually, it's about Rams. It's Rams and not Ramsar. Yeah, am I right? It's Rams, not Ramsar.
It's within the Ramsar site, so a Rams contribution, financial contribution, is required for each dwelling. Oh, okay.
Question.
No, you go.
I mean, RAM's contributions are required in a certain area where there's new residential development. The Ramsar site is a different notion where, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't phrase the question very well. It's not so much a question, it's an observation, because on page 91, and I appreciate it's a different one, it says Ramsar contribution, and it's not, it's a RAMS contribution. What I don't want to happen is in the S106 agreement, it only going to a Ramsar site instead of the actual RAMS pot.
It's definite in the section 106, it's the RAMS financial contribution that is stated.
Thanks for noting that, Councillor Davis. Any other questions? Councillor Parker.
Yeah, and I apologise in advance if this is a silly question, but I do need some clarification on this. So, well, I'm not so sure, Chair, but this is outside of the built-up area boundary, yeah? And so, to what extent then, as the decision-making body, do we have to take the established principle, well, the fact that there is already development in place, to what weight do we have to give that in determining something else that comes forward that is outside of the built-up area boundary?
Councillor Parker, I can't really tell you how much weight to give it, but it is a question of weight. It is a material consideration that it falls part of a site that's already developed. That is something to bear in mind, but I think what strikes me as being one of the key issues here is that it's the extent to which this element of the site remains a really important feature for the contribution it makes to the character and appearance of the area, perhaps as a kind of a break point between what otherwise would be a kind of a continual grain of development. Whether members feel that it's important to retain that breathing space or not is, of course, for them to judge. Yourself.
Any other questions? Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just a question, really, and that is dealing with the open space element that the applicant was involved with. Did we, public realm side, have any input into what was the area that was needed? And the other question would be, if there was an open space area, it wouldn't be public realm that would look after it in terms of ourselves. Would it be a management construction of those properties?
The problem is that the open space was attached to the development for 8 dwellings. That site wasn't big enough to trigger an open space contribution. Therefore, it wasn't protected by the Section 106 agreement.
Right.
It was offered up for whatever reason to make it a more attractive place. I don't know. However, we don't really have power over that, and as it's been explained, the District Council do not want to take on the responsibility for the management of that piece of ground.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Busby?
But it's true that if you take the 8 houses and the 14, making 22, then there would be a requirement for some open space. And without looking at the parish rep, I'm sure the parish council would be more than happy to look at, maintain that particular site.
Well, that's
it
an
doesn't
assumption.
necessarily. Well, it is an assumption, but I'm sorry, we should not rule out having open spaces because we can't find somebody to look after it. We've got to volunteer in terms of, I'll go and do it if need be in the parish council. If the parish can't do it, I'll do it elsewhere. We should have open spaces. Finding somebody to look after it is a different problem altogether, and it shouldn't be come into a decision like this.
Thank
Who
you.
looks after it?
Any other questions? Any other debate? Right, well, in the view that no one's coming forward, I shall move the officer's recommendation from the chair of approval. Do I have a seconder? So we'll move on. Councillor Parker, do you wish to comment?
Yeah, I will do, Chair. You know, just briefly, just to say that it's very, it's very unfortunate, this one, and increasingly we're seeing it, aren't we, within the district. So I would just implore, not for one moment am I suggesting to the parish that, that development coming forward is, is in some way, their fault, but I would implore parish councils and communities to engage in a neighbourhood planning process, because it makes it very, very difficult for us to resist something, because, other than the fact that it's outside of the built-up area boundary, etc., I have to agree with the officer's recommendation in here. It's very difficult for us to do anything otherwise, and I absolutely understand the frustration that communities feel. Just be minded to say that there are potential remedies to that. Okay.
Thank you. Any other? I don't. Other comments? Yeah.
Can I just make a comment? I think it's interesting that it's a plot that is obviously it's a bit like a windfall plot for the developer as to what to do with it. And in some ways, they could have come forward with an application for a 4-bedroom or 5-bedroom house. And actually they've put forward something that is more affordable and provides more opportunity for people. So, yeah, I'm going to go with the officer recommendation, and that's one of my influences.
Councillor Parker, you wanted to come back?
Well, I'll just come back to something that was mentioned earlier. I mean, one thing that we can most definitely do for our communities, and that is to condition the working hours. If I could make that amendment.
You picked that up, didn't you? Yeah, and the construction management plan, that is picked up. Okay. Right, it's been proposed and seconded, members. There's nothing new to bring forward. All those in favour of the officer's recommendation, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Those against? 2. That is carried. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to page 79. We've already had the application described to us. Obviously, if there's any questions you need to ask, the officer will update you. Pardon? Right, okay. I should now ask public speakers again to come forward and speak. There's nothing more you want to add at this stage, is there? No. Mr. Cole, Parish Council. We are now on the page you wanted, page 79 to start with. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you again. Again, I'm representing Hintlesham and Chatham Parish Council. Object to this proposal for the following reasons. The Parish Council objected to all of the applications for both this site and the adjacent site, which did say next on the agenda, but there you go. The major objection for this proposal is there's no proven need for any additional housing of this type and size. The adjacent scheme, which has the first house occupied in April of this year, still has 5 of the 8 houses unsold or unoccupied, despite what we just heard. The local primary school is full to capacity, and due to the physical site constraints, it's impossible to extend the school or its facilities. This increase of house numbers is in addition to 2 other developments for a further 12 houses in Duke Street. These have already been granted, with one currently under construction, completely unrelated to these applications. Additional houses will create the need for more parents to drive their primary school age children to school further away. There's no reference in the public reports back to the comment from Mr. Tony Bass, which was mentioned by the applicant previously. Although warranting an open space provision, 10 plus dwellings, its size and shape and location do not warrant on-site provision. He makes no mention of the distance to the open space, which is half a mile away, and you have to walk along the busy A1071. Now Babergh are combining this application with the application of the 3, events have changed. It makes sense that when evaluating the need for open space, the total of 17 houses should have been used in the calculation, which is significantly higher than the threshold of 10. There's no reference to or amendments made to the proposed layout in response to the series of observations and recommendations provided by Suffolk Constabulary. This highlighted several potential security issues with the site layout. And the applicant's residential dwelling unit template incorrectly lists 14 market value houses and makes no reference to any affordable shared properties. If this application is successful, what safeguards will there be given to ensure that the developer complies and creates 3 affordable houses? Thank you.
Thank you for that. You're well within your time. Members, have you got any questions? No? Thank you very much. I now call on Mr. Philip Williams. Right, so you also have 3 minutes and we're on page 79, okay?
Thank you. All the objections raised against this application have been strongly rebutted by the planning officer. This application is for 3 more dwellings within the same parcel of land. The designs will follow the same principles as the adjacent site, and Babergh Building Control has put that site forward for, or asked me to put it forward for the LABC East Anglia Building Excellence Awards 2020. This application will now have the same spacing and density as the adjacent site, which is selling well. Purchasers particularly like the open space at the front of the site, with the houses being set well back from the road, and the large rear gardens with extended open views. The only serious question to resolve was how many affordable houses could the site carry. I paid for an extensive viability study and for the council's own district valuer to assess our findings. He came up with an alternative view, which we've agreed with. Out of the 14 houses, 10 are 2 and 3 beds, and there are 3 4 beds and a 5er. So in summary, the site already has planning permission for 11 houses. This is for only 3 more on the same piece of land. The houses are the same popular design, the same spacing and density, and the district valuer has decided how many affordable houses should be included. I therefore see no reason why this application shouldn't be approved. I can also, I know the parish have concerns about working hours and parking, etc., etc. I'm very conscious of that, very conscious indeed. I hate working weekends. I don't like working my blokes at the weekend because it doesn't actually get any further. Occasionally, stuff happens. Things happen on site. If you're in the middle of a concrete pour and something breaks down and you have to come back the next day and do it, you have to come back and do it. Otherwise, you're into breaking up concrete. Parking, we did our very utmost to keep everybody off the road as long as we could. I can't physically be out there all the time telling them to stop parking on the pavement. I'm conscious that people walk prams up and down that pavement. And I have kids, I have families, I don't want the pavement blocked by my blokes' vans. I've got them off the road as soon as we can. As the site gets built out, there's limited places to put vans. So they parked on the road. Occasionally, if somebody runs up the curb, we will ask them to get off.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, have you any questions? No? Thank you very much. Right, members, we'll go into debate. Councillor Busby, would you like to start?
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting, isn't it? Heritage. We've had a lot of discussion over heritage this morning and about how important it is to get a view. Now, these were from particular buildings, but there were views over heritage sites. Here, we're going to be blocking off a view of ancient plateau claylands and ancient estate claylands. Surely an ancient view is as important for a village as for a house. This is going to be blocking off important countryside. It's an important view for this village. You can't have it both ways. We can't say it's all right for Chilton Hall to demand that they get a view, but not...
Can you come back a bit on the point?
Oh, no, sorry. No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my mistake. He's got an answer to that on point 1. But anyway, did you wish to carry on before? Right.
Not an answer as such, but just really to point out to members that, of course, we're not dealing with designated heritage assets here. Ancient farm claylands and plateaus, they're landscape character types. It's just a way of defining and understanding the landscape, which is of itself an important consideration, but it's not subject to the same statutory duty that a designated heritage asset would be. So I think it's just important that members realise that. What I would say, however, is just to make clear that bearing in mind the decision that members have just taken, whilst planning permission is yet to be granted on that site, I think the fact there is now a resolution to grant does impact upon the decision you're about to take. So you do need to factor in the fact that you have just approved, resolved to grant permission for those 3 dwellings adjacent, which might then affect your weighing up and understanding of potential views upon the character and appearance of the area as opposed to heritage assets.
Well, it makes it more important that we get this decision right, having made, I couldn't say the wrong decision, but the decision for the last one. But in my view, a view is a view. You can't weigh it up and say, oh, well, that view is important because of a house, and this view isn't important because it characterises a village. It doesn't have to be a heritage asset. It's important to the people of the village. In my opinion, that's just as important as Chilton Hall's view and the person that lives there.
Thank you. Councillor Owen.
This might be a silly question, but what houses are we actually going for here? Because I'm looking, and it's you've got granted for erection of 8 dwellings, and you've got
what page are you on?
Them ones, sorry.
You've got it.
So, because we're saying we're only going for 3 more, are we? On this one, or are we going for the whole?
So,
14?
I'll get clarification for you.
Yeah, there's 11 dwellings that have already got planning permission.
Yeah.
That permission is live. They could start at any time
Right.
once they've discharged their conditions. What the financial viability assessment came across was that scheme was not viable because it included 3 affordable dwellings. Therefore, they wanted more dwellings to make it financially viable. So it's changed from 11 dwellings to 14 dwellings.
So it's 3 more.
Can I come back on that? What are they adding then, as in from the last lot? So obviously, are they adding the 1 5-bedroom, or are they adding a 4-bedroom, a 3-bedroom to what they went for the first time? Do you get what I'm getting at?
We got the answer. Yeah.
But yes, I think so. I mean, Sam was the I don't know if she was the original case officer, but from what I gather from the papers, if you look at page 85, the extant permission or the permission that's been referred to in the past was for an outline scheme, so the final mix was probably unknown because it would have been left to reserved matters to pick that up. But what you do have on page 85 is a schedule there of the dwellings that are proposed. So you've got 1 5-bed, 3 4-bed, 5 3-bed and 2 2-bed. They're all market. And then in addition, you've got the 3 affordable dwellings, 2 of which would be 2-bed for affordable rent, and then 1 would be a 3-bed shared ownership property.
Okay.
So, sorry, Chairman, is the case the 11 houses was an outline and no reserved matters came forward? And we now have 14 on a full application. Right, thank you.
Any other comments, members? Councillor Jemison.
I've noticed that the Suffolk County Council have said there's no available or surplus places in the catchment area schools for the schools. So if we do agree these, along with the 3 we've just agreed, I mean, there is a potential for families to turn up with nowhere to go to school.
It is actually a SIL application that would have to be applied for the school places.
There is some space in Lincolnshire, apparently.
No, they apply to the SIL and money is taken towards the transport, home to school transport, isn't it? So they'd bus them somewhere. Any other comments, members? No? Councillor Barrett?
It's not a question, it's a suggestion that we move towards making a decision.
Use your mic and...
I'm going to... we seem to have concluded our debate.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that we now move to approval. So I'm recommending approval.
So you're proposing it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parker, do you wish to comment?
Only just to say, again, same as before, Chair, you know, I think we would all like to support our communities. I think, you know, it's not material, but I think the approach to development here is somewhat robust, etc., but unfortunately our hands are tied by the MPPF, same as we said before, Chair.
Well, I'm sure the applicant has heard that and we've noted it. And that does include the condition for the work and hours and management.
Just to double check that you would want extra conditions for working hours, to restrict the working hours, and a construction management plan.
That's quite standard, isn't it? So I think that's
because we have noted what the applicant has said about, you know, that they tend not to want to work at these unsociable times. Right, any other comments? No? It's been proposed and...
It seems to me that if we approve this, then we're just saying that we'll build houses anywhere that developers want to do it. Whether there's a requirement there or whether the village or the parish want it. And if that's the case, then I think we're throwing ourselves open to all kinds of applications. There's no reason to be putting houses here. There's no need, the parish don't want it, it's just purely for the developer's profit, that's all.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy with Councillor Busby's plea there, although we know it's going on, you know, the way this is going to go. And I do think that we boxed ourselves into a bit of a corner with the 3 beforehand, and now the 11 we had before. So it is ostensibly 3 more, but if it does mean proper affordable homes in terms of the 2 rented and the 1 shared ownership, then that does balance it to an extent. But I do think as a planning committee, we need to be a lot more mindful of what is needed in individual villages, although I know our policy is it's district-wide. So
I would just remind members that we do have outline plan permission here for 11. Okay. No new comments. Right, it's been proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please show.
5.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That is carried.
So you lost council.
Yeah, that was, yeah, so...
He told me before he left that he was going to vote against.
You're a bit late telling us, though. Well, members, I think we got to the end of the agenda. We've come back to the minutes, which I can now propose to you that we accept, and they are in order. So I'll run through them. You stop me at any page if you've got any queries, because I want to sign them as a true record. And that's the minutes of Wednesday, the 20th of November, 2019. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, and page 8. Can I have a proposal from to sign them as a true record? Councillor Busby, seconded by Councillor Plum. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. I'll sign them. Do we have date of the next meeting?
We do, Chair. It's on,
it's here.
It's on the agenda
there. The next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, the 15th of January. So we're going to let you off next Wednesday. We thought that you might like that. And we'll also let you off the first one in the new year.
So, bearing in mind next year's 2020, does that mean that we're all going to have superb vision and get the decisions right?
Well, we will try to improve all the time, Councillor Busby. I'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to all of you.